Hello and welcome to Let Me Bore You to Sleep. My name is Jason Newland, and please only listen when you can. Safely close your eyes. For those that are new to this Let Me Bore You to Sleep podcast, it's basically me talking about my life or about something, usually quite irrelevant, boring, pointless, in my normal, exciting voice, with the hope that you can, at the very least, feel more relaxed. And if you choose to also fall asleep. I've been doing this for over 8 years now, this particular podcast, Let Me Bore You to Sleep. And overall I've been making hypnosis recordings for over 20 years. Wow. I was a young'un when I started. I was only 35. Blimey. Yeah, over 20. I can't believe it, honestly. 20 years. So before I go any further, I just want to say a big thank you to Dee for your kind PayPal gift. Thank you. And what else? Another thank you. I want to say thank you to Cara. Another thank you also to Brooke, because Brooke and Cara both paid money towards my glasses to get them. So I used the money that Brooke gave me to pay for the glasses, and Cara helped me to actually get there, the transport to get there to pay for them. So thank you very much, both of you. And thank you again, Dee, for this. I think it was about 3 o'clock this morning, I think. You sent a PayPal gift. So, although I did do a whisper Wednesday yesterday, I know not everybody necessarily likes to listen to the whisper wens. So, I might be repeating myself a little bit on this one about, I guess, really what's been going on this week, because I did a Q&A Friday on Saturday, a little bit late, and then I didn't do anything till Wednesday because I wasn't in a, wasn't quite there, wasn't quite with it. To kind of. So, I mean, today I've woken up with I don't want to say a spring in my step, because I don't want to start tripping over stuff. But I have already made 2 recordings today. And it's only 19 minutes past 5 p.m. And it's Thursday, the 7th of May, 2026. So I did 2 recordings. I'll just quickly let you know what they are, just in case you're interested in listening to them. And I will explain. Well, I don't want to go into too much detail actually, but I'll explain about a new podcast that I've started as well. So the first one I did was called Slow Down Your Mind, which is sleep hypnosis recording, and the short version is 26 minutes 37 seconds long, and of course I've got ones of music and 5 and 10 hours, or long and overnight. The second recording I did is called You Deserve Safety, Breaking Free from Control and Manipulation. which is a little bit different from the first one I just mentioned. And that's 28 minutes and 3 seconds long. But I've also got all 6 versions like I normally do. One with and without music, short, long, and overnight. Now, the sleep recording, the sleep hypnosis recording is... I'm not sure if I even got to... I tried to listen to it earlier, but there was so much barking going on in the garden. So and I got a phone call and everything, so I didn't really get a chance. But I'll try and listen to it later. But the second one is specific. Well, it's kind of is quite specific, isn't it, from the title. So before I tell you about that new podcast, I just had my phone ring. And I can't even remember what I was saying. I think I was just mentioning where you can find me. So I'm on YouTube. If you just search my name, YouTube, X, Instagram, and TikTok. Also, I've got a Facebook group called Jason Newland's Boring Group. I've got a few also Facebook pages as well. And my website's jasonnewland.com. So basically, I've got a neighbour downstairs and her front door keeps getting stuck, so she can't get in. And she's asked me quite a few times to help her get in, and I managed to... Vinny, what are you doing? Having to keep moving stuff out of the way because he wants to come and stare at me. So I've helped to open it probably about 5 times in the last week. Maybe 4 times. And each time I say to her, you need to contact the council to come and fix it, because there's obviously something wrong with it. If it keeps sticking, they need to come and sort it out. And she said, yeah, and she doesn't. What? Don't you want a bit of fish finger, Vinny? There's still some in there. There is. There's fish finger on the plate for you if you want to eat it. I'm not sure if fish is his natural food source in the wild. Can't imagine him with a fishing rod, can you? Little net. In a little boat. Hey, Vin? Fisherman Vinny. So yeah, anyway, I forgot I had my phone ringer on, to be honest. But then if I hadn't answered, she would have come up and knocked on the door probably. I don't mind helping, it's one of those things that it's going to keep happening, you know? Unless it gets fixed. And I don't even know how I'm doing it. Because I'm a lot heavier than her and I'm pushing my weight against it and wriggling like the door handle and pushing, and it might just be, who knows, but it opens eventually when I do it. It takes like a couple of minutes. So I hope she does go and call the council and get them to sort it out. The problem... Vinny, no, give it. Did you hear him growl at me? Vinny is... He's been very naughty right now. I had this chocolate brownie and it had some paper on it, you know, and he's grabbed the paper. There's a little bit of sponge on it, just a tiny little bit, but he would not give it back to me. In fact, I think he's eaten the whole paper. I tried to get it off him, and he just growled, really aggressively. I didn't even know I'd left it near where he could get to it. It's like a toddler. I've got to keep my eyes open, watching him the whole time. Well, who knows what he picks up off the floor sometimes, especially at night. Just because I know I can't get, whatever it is, I can't get it out of his mouth. He just won't open his mouth at all. I can't get his, considering he's so tiny, can't open his mouth. He's got a very, very strong jaw and a very strong neck. Because he's always pulling as well. Not because he's so cute and handsome, I don't mean that kind of pulling, but on the lead, always pulling. Always, always, always. So yeah, I had that interruption, had 2 interruptions now. Vinny, can you just keep a bit quiet, please, mate? I'll do the hypnosis stuff when he's in bed, or I put him into the bedroom because right now he's just wandering around the room, trying to find something to make noise with. Probably just through boredom. And he does this a lot, but by the end of the recording he's usually fast asleep at my feet. So listening to me does bore him eventually. So I just quickly go, not quickly, but there's no rush, is there? What's the rush? So basically, due to something that a friend of mine's kind of been dealing with, well, basically I'm interested in doing new things, different kinds of podcasts. And I like to get my teeth into something new, something a bit different, you know. And not only do I end up learning much more about that specific subject, it's interesting. So on this occasion, the new podcast is Breaking Free from Control and Manipulation. So I'm going to start off by doing, I think, 30 to start with. I've already figured out the first 30 titles of each recording, and it probably won't be every day. So, you know, it might take a couple of months, maybe 3 months. It might just take a month. I don't know. Depends how excited I get doing it. And I'll give you an idea, some of the subjects I've got written down somewhere. Let me have a look. Let me have a little look. Breaking free from control. Right. Breaking free from control. Right, so phase 1 and then phase 2. Phase 1 is the core foundation series, and these are going to become the emotional backbone of the project. So I've got 30 different titles already, and then I will make recordings on each one. And phase 2 will be a deep dive and situational episodes. Basically because some people search for highly specific experiences, to including parents or financial control or jealousy or guilt and love bombing. I don't even know what love bombing is. I'd have to research that one. So, I mean, is that just, what is love bombing? It's dropping, I don't know. Honestly, I'd have to see. I'm gonna have to do some research for these things, for these different subjects. So the different ones I'm going to be doing for the phase 1. I already did the first one. You deserve safety. Was that the name of it? You deserve safety. Yeah. Number 2, recognizing emotional manipulation. Again, these are not going to be happy and not necessarily, sleep recordings. They're specifically hypnosis recordings for this subject. Okay? So, gaslighting and self-doubt, walking on eggshells, trauma bonding, fear of upsetting people, emotional dependency, rebuilding self-trust, the confused mind after manipulation, learning to say no, people-pleasing and fear, guilt used as control, silent treatment and emotional punishment, why manipulation feels addictive, hypervigilance and anxiety, isolation and losing yourself, reconnecting with your identity, shame and self-blame, grieving the relationship fantasy, fear of leaving, emotional exhaustion, trusting your instincts again, rebuilding confidence, safe relationships, feel different. Safe relationships feel different. Freedom from constant fear, sleep after emotional abuse, calming the nervous system. You are allowed to protect yourself, letting go of their voice in your head, and peaceful freedom. So these are going to be recordings that I'm going to do over time. Done the first one already, and they'll be roughly half an hour each. Some will be longer. It depends, but roughly about half an hour, between half an hour and an hour each. And then the other ones I'll do then, when I've done the 30. So it's going to be a specific standalone podcast, but I will also share them with my other podcasts. So when I've done each one, it will be on the hypnosis of sleeping deeply. I'll also share it on the where is it? Okay. I'll also share it on sleep hypnosis and relax and sleep hypnosis daily, because it's still part of the hypnosis sessions I do. So I'll share them with that as well, because you can listen to them while you go to sleep and benefit, as well as listening to them while maybe you're just having a rest. And I hope that they're useful. I really do. Now, I'm not normally this organised, but I spent the day kind of organising this, because I had the idea and I thought, I know what I'll do. I'll run with it. After doing the first recording, I was quite pleased with it. And I realised that, and I know it's a cliche, if I can help one person, but actually it's not, it's more than just helping one person, it could really be the difference that makes a difference. And there's a lot of people out there that may benefit from this podcast, which is potentially a different audience to what I have for the Let Me Bore You to Sleep or for the sleepy podcasts. So yeah, that's what I'm doing there. But I'm not going to stop doing the rest of the stuff that I do. That's in addition. On Saturday there was a lot of boxing on, and I watched the big fight in Japan on in the morning. I think that started about 10. I was a little bit behind on that one, and I ended up watching it later on. And then the boxing in the evening, which started at 7, I'll be honest, I was all boxed out. I didn't really want to watch it then, because I knew that if I stayed up till like 11 or whatever, I wasn't going to get up in time to watch the David Benavidez fight in America, which was live. So I went to bed probably about 7, got up, woke up about 2, got up and watched the boxing in America, and it was really good, like really good. It was everything it was supposed to be. Which, I'll be honest, personally I think is quite rare that a fight lives up to expectations when it comes to, well, maybe not just boxing, but any sporting event. But sometimes, you know, you put two great fighters together, two boxers that are really like top of the league, as it were, and it doesn't always end up being a good fight. Sometimes it can be one-sided, or sometimes they can almost cancel each other out. But this wasn't either of those. It's just one was better than the other. And I think that would be the case in any scenario, because he's just better. For me, but David Benavidez is, for me, pound for pound in the world. Personally. I mean, Crawford's retired, so he can't be anymore. Although that would have been, if Crawford had the ability. In fact, if David Benavidez was able to stay at super middleweight, which he was out for years, but then he decided to go up to light heavyweight, won a title there, and now he's got titles at cruiserweight. If he was, that would have been a really good fight, because Crawford went up in weight to fight Canelo and beat him. Now, Crawford against Benavidez would have been an even more special fight. But then Canelo against Benavidez was the one that I've been waiting for absolutely donkey's years. Where did that expression come from, donkey's years? Did it have more years than humans? It's almost like donkey's years is a long time, as opposed to just years. Or should I say, yours and yours. And so I've not watched the boxing from the UK on Saturday night yet. So I better get myself in gear and watch that. And then this Saturday night is one that I've been looking forward to for months. Well, since it was first declared. But I've been looking forward to Fabio Wardley's next fight anyway. And Daniel Dubois, because I'm a fan of both of them. They're both fighting each other on Saturday night. And it's going to be... There's no way it can't be a good fight. It's impossible. It's just impossible. Neither of them know how to step back. I mean, they can step back and do a bit of... Yeah, but they don't... Ultimately, they're going forward the whole time. Neither of them can run. They don't know how to run away from the opponent. Which means... A little bit like, if you think... The reason why... Hearns and Hagler was such an anticipated fight back in 1987 or whatever it was, is because everyone that watched boxing knew that it could only go one way, because both of those fighters went forward. it had to be, it was going to be a spectacular fight. But when you got someone like Leonard, he had more ringmanship, craftsmanship, and he could fight backwards and he could run rings round fighters. Hearns and Hagler didn't do that. They just went straight in for it. And, that kind of, it lived up to its hype. Evander Holyfield against Riddick Bowe, I don't think it was expected to be an exciting fight. I'm sure everyone hoped it would be when Riddick Bowe challenged Evander Holyfield for all the world titles, heavyweight titles in, I don't know what year it was. Was it 91? But it was a blockbuster, and they went at each other every minute, every second of every round, and they did 3 fights, and it was pretty much the same in every fight. It was kind of unpredictable really, that they were going to do that in the first fight. And I think that's what's going to happen here. But I don't think that... The thing is with Evander Holyfield and Riddick Bowe, although they were big punchers, they weren't knockout artists in a sense. Like they were, but there was more skill. They were both Olympians. Riddick, you got... I don't know how to explain it. I don't think it's possible for it to go the distance. This one will be over within a couple of rounds, I think. Maybe 3, maybe 4, but it won't... I really don't believe it can go the distance. Yeah, I don't think so. But along the way, Vinny's just been a good boy. He's eating all his dinner up. He's given up. Because we have this standoff all day long sometimes where he's demanding treats. And I say no. And he keeps demanding more treats. And I say no. And in the end he eats his food. Because he's a good boy. Yeah, anyway, so this Saturday night, it should be really good. It will be really good. I'm 100% definite that while it lasts, it's going to be... It's exciting. Now, I wasn't excited. I've not been excited about every Fabio Wardley fight before it happened. And part of the reason is because... Yeah, Fabio Wardley, his previous fights... In fact, I can count the fights that I looked forward to for Fabio Wardley. And it wasn't because of him. It's just the opponents didn't excite me. So it's only a couple. So he's won every fight apart from a draw. So his first 2 fights, I don't know who any of them were, to be honest. So, and he actually, ironically, he won on points in the very first fight he had. And it's the only fight he's ever won on points. So Fabio Wardley has had 20 fights. No, he's had 21 fights. 1 draw. And then he won 1 by decision and 19 knockouts. So he's only gone the distance once. And that was 12. That was... No, he did go the distance. What am I talking about? He went the distance with Fraser Clark. That's the one where he drew. Did he draw? It was a draw, a split decision draw. So, for the first fight, he went 4 rounds and it was a points decision. That was 2017. And then... trying to think I've watched all his fights, but the first one I remember was Simon Vallily, and he beat him all right, he was quite a good. He was quite an accomplished amateur, actually. He won gold as a heavyweight division in the 2010 Commonwealth Games. So he was definitely someone. Then he fought Eric Molina, who he challenged twice for the world heavyweight title in 2015 and 2016, which in his 11th fight, which was, I was surprised that he put him in with him, that he was, and he knocked him out in round 5. Then he fought Nick Webb. So that was, up till then, it wasn't really until he fought Nathan Gorman that I started to get really kind of like, okay, well, all his fights were good, really good, but Nathan Gorman is, I like Nathan Gorman. He hasn't had the success that I thought he was going to have, but he's entertaining. But anyway, he beat him. Now, the one I was most excited about really was David Adelaide, because David Adelaide is a knockout artist himself. And they fought, and it went to round 7, and Fabio beat him, knocked him out. Now, the next fight he had was with Fraser Clark. And although I wanted to watch it because of Fabio, I don't think I was particularly thinking it was going to be a good fight, because I'd seen Fraser Clark, and I don't know. Bearing in mind he was an Olympic bronze medalist. Was he silver or bronze? I think he was bronze. So I don't know. I didn't know what it was going to be like, but it was a really good fight. And I went the distance, and it was very, very even. I mean, the draw, I think, was fair, I'll be honest. In the second fight, they had a rematch, and Fraser Clark got knocked out in round 1. So that was good. I was like, this is going well. Then they put him in with Justice Hooney, who he went up to round 10 with and was getting beaten, and then he knocked Justin Hooney out. But I wasn't looking forward to that fight because I didn't know who he was. I don't know why they put him. They go from Fraser Clark to someone I've never heard of, David Adelaide, who's well known in the UK, Fraser Clark, who's well known in the UK, and then Justice Hooney, who I don't know who he was. I know him now, but so he had him, and that was done. He knocked him out, and then he fought Joseph Parker, and it was only really Joseph Parker and Ajibayel, I think it's the correct way, Ajibayel, who are the 2 top fighters outside of the world champions. So they're the ones that really are above. They're at the top of the list. I would say Ajibayel was at the top because he's unbeaten, but Joseph Parker had loads of really good fights in a row to get himself to the top as well. So they were both in line for a world title. Now this is weird, okay? Get this. Joseph Parker, all he had to do was wait for one of the world titles to be relinquished from Usyk, and he would have been given it. He would have been elevated from being the interim champion, or the number 1, to being the champion. But he didn't wait. Instead, he took on Fabio Wardley, and he knocked out Fabio Wardley in round 11. Again, it wasn't one-sided like the Justin Hooney fight. Even though Justin Hooney got knocked out, he was still boxing really well. It was a good fight, and he ended up knocking out Joseph Parker, or he got stopped. And then this is really weird. I think about 2 weeks later, Fabio Wardley gets awarded the world title that Joseph Parker would have gotten if he'd have just waited and not fought anyone. because all he had to do was wait to fight Usyk, and Usyk decided he didn't want to defend those belts, or that belt, because he wanted to go on and do something else. So to fight some kickboxer. So Joseph Parker could have been elevated to world champion, to be a 2-time world champion, had he just waited a little bit longer. But Fabio Wardley got it instead. So really the only person left out of the top competitors, the top people, other than those that already have world titles, is Caballero. But I think he's already booked to fight someone else. So Fabio, he decided to defend his title against, what's his name? Daniel Dubois, who was the former champion, but Dubois got knocked out by Usyk in his last fight. So it's going to be, but then the previous fight to that, Dubois knocked out Anthony Joshua. It's yeah. So this is going to be an interesting fight. And then on the sidelines, not really sidelines, but I don't know why they're taking their time with him. But you've got Moses Atauma, and why there's so many huge fights he could be having that aren't world title fights, that he could just be going, he could have a big, I think he's such a star that people would tune into him every 2 months. If he had a fight every 2 months, even every month, I think people would really want to watch him. So just let him go through the heavyweight division. Let him go through all the big boys, you know, the ones that may be the biggest names. And then eventually fight Usyk or someone else for the world title. But his manager says that he will be fighting for a world title before the end of the year. But he's also due to fight in about August time, which is ages away. And he fought over a month ago, so like 5, 6, 7, it's like 4 months, come on. Why, like Mike Tyson, on his way to winning a world title, I think he fought something like 14 times in 1 year. And 9 times in the next year. He was always just like, because he wanted to fight. He was going from one fight to the next. He didn't have to do a 3-month training camp before each fight, because he was always ready. And I just think it'd be so cool if Atauma just said, you know what, during 2026, I'm gonna fight 6 people, 6 of the best heavyweights in the world. You know, maybe including Anthony Joshua, Tyson Fury, Big Bang Zhang, Wilder, just all, maybe Daniel Dubois, all these people that are like really big names on the heavyweight division. Or maybe go to America, fight a bigger, I don't know if there are any big American names in the heavyweight division now, but there are some coming through, as there are from, there's a heavyweight, we've got a few really new heavyweights coming through in this country as well, but there's one in Australia called Tiamona, and he's huge. I think he was fighting at the weekend, and he did this uppercut that was one of the best uppercuts I've seen for a long time. And we've also got our own heavyweights that are not like famous, but they're young, 18, 19, and just starting out. So instead of going through the Olympics, they decided to turn professional and start getting the money, I guess. So there's a handful that are starting out, and it's the same in America. There's one in Kazakhstan, I think it is, who's fighting at the weekend as well. He's unbeaten, but no one's heard of him. Obviously his parents have, but you know, he's not like worldwide known. It might be someone I think I do know of him, and again, another knockout artist. So there's all these people that are just coming up, and it's weird because we get to. It's probably the same in all countries, maybe, but we focus just on a handful of fighters. When actually, do you remember, what's that lady tennis player? And she got so much attention because she was so young, and she suddenly became the most famous tennis player in the UK. But then I think she got through to the finals of like a big match or big tournament, and then didn't seem to, well, from what I understand, didn't, for a while anyway, get back to that form. And I imagine all that pressure was put on her, but then other players from the UK were coming along and overtook, but they didn't have the spotlight on them because they weren't 16 years old or 15 years old or whatever it was. So, you know what? It's weird Mike Tyson, right? A lot of people thought he was just a kid. And whenever he went into the ring, there was a big bunch of people saying, he's 17, he's 18 years old, he's going to the ring with a 25-year-old or 29-year-old. He doesn't stand a chance. And they kept saying it. Oh, he's just a hype job. Until he won the world title, then, you know, okay, maybe he is the real deal. But they did that with Deontay Wilder. I remember even in America reading boxing articles about Deontay Wilder, saying that it was just a glorified basketball player who had a big punch, and he was just really tall and skinny, and he should be a boxer. And he held the world title for a long time. You know, he was very successful, I would argue. Let's have a look. How long was... Because Joseph Parker, he fought Wilder, didn't he? When did he fight Wilder? Deontay Wilder, 2023. And after the fight with Fabio, this is, what's his name? Parker. He actually got found with illegal substances. So that's a weird one as well. I don't know what the results of that's going to be, but it definitely doesn't go in his favour. So Deontay Wilder, he's just a basketball player. He won a bronze medal in the Olympics. Hence the bronze bomber, bomb squad, that he liked to shout out and scare people. 50 fights, 45 wins, 4 losses, 1 draw, 43 by KO. And I'm just going to look when he won the world title. I remember when he did, it was against Stavern, Bermain Stavern. And I think that's the last time that Don King had his hands on like a proper, proper heavyweight belt. And so Bermain Stavern won the WBC heavyweight title. He won it from him in 2015 January. That's when Wilder won it, and he retained it all the way to 2020. So he kept it for 5 years, and he made, I do believe he made 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 successful defences. Now that's not just an overrated basketball player, is it? That's a professional heavyweight boxer who's the heavyweight champion of the world. So I remember seeing him come over to the UK. Did he defend his world title, or did he just knock out Audley Harrison? No, he just came over to knock him out. So he knocked out Audley Harrison in Sheffield. I remember seeing that because that was like a very quick done fight. That was another one. Like Audley Harrison. I liked Audley Harrison, actually. I saw him in The Big Brother, and I quite liked him as the way he came across as a person. Like, I'll be honest, I didn't really enjoy his boxing style. Just, I don't know what it was. It was just a little bit, I don't know how to explain it really. So Audley Harrison won the gold in the super middleweight, the super heavyweight gold in the Olympics in, what year was it? 2000. Now most people that win the super heavyweight gold in the Olympics go on to be a world champion. Not everyone does, but I mean, plenty of silver medalists and copper, bronze, blimey, yeah, bronze, silver, gold, just medal winners quite often will go on to win the world title. I mean, I wonder how many have, because out of all the ones that went on to win it, so Audley Harrison, but he had to fight a few fights for that. Olympic boxing champions, men's super heavyweight. That's what I'm interested in. Okay, let me have a look at this. Let me have a look. So we're going to go, 1904, George Finnegan, the 1904 Olympics. Up to £105, 47.6. Men's flyweight. Oh, it's not. I want super heavyweight. Light heavyweight. Light heavyweight. Light middleweight. Light welterweight. Bantamweight. Discontinued events. Light bantamweight. Women's. Super heavyweight. Okay. Now, super heavyweight wasn't a thing back in Muhammad Ali's day. It was just heavyweight. Cruiserweight wasn't a thing either, so it's light heavyweight, heavyweight. Now you got light heavyweight, cruiserweight in the Olympics. Basically, super heavyweight is a heavyweight in professional terms. Heavyweight in the Olympics is cruiserweight in professional terms, if that makes sense. So Usyk, when he won the heavyweight title in the Olympics, he went on to become the cruiserweight world champion as a professional, and then moved up to heavyweight. Blimey, Vinny. I keep telling him off. What you got there? What have you found? He hides stuff. He just looks at me like, moaning at me again. So, yeah, Usyk and Anthony Joshua both won the gold, respectively. So, Usyk was the heavyweight champion in the Olympics, gold. Anthony Joshua was the super heavyweight champion. But as I said, it's like cruiserweight and heavyweight in professional. So 1984, Tyrell Biggs. If it wasn't for Mike Tyson, he probably would have won the world title. But he didn't. 1988, Olympics, Lennox Lewis went on to win the world title. Riddick Bowe was silver, and he also went on to win the world title. 92, Roberto Bellardo, Cuba. Nope, the Cubans weren't allowed to at that time, you had to defect in order to fight professionally. 1996, so we're just focusing on the world heavyweight golds. So Tyrell Biggs didn't win. He didn't go on to win a world title. Lennox Lewis did. Vladimir Klitschko in 96 did go on to win a world title. Audley Harrison in 2000 didn't. Alexander Povetkin 2004 didn't. Roberto Camarello in 2008 didn't. Anthony Joshua 2012 did. 2016, Tony Yoko didn't. 2020 and 2024, Bakhtir Jolalov, he was, and yeah, Tokyo 2020, Paris 2024, he won the gold both those years. And I do believe he is the man who was fighting at the weekend. He's aged 31. He's had 16 fights, 14 by knockout, 2 by decision. And I'm pretty sure, if I put his name in, I'm pretty sure he's fighting this weekend. And bearing in mind, he's a 2-time Olympic gold medalist, as well as being a gold world champion twice, Asian gold champion, and Asian championships 3 times. He's kind of, you could say, he's destined to win a world title, but he's almost like under the radar, which is weird because look at the Olympic Games. He fought Fraser Clark, beat Fraser Clark. He beat Richard Torres, who's now on his way to sort of becoming a prospect. Wow. So let me just search. Next fight, 2026. May the 9th, I do believe. La 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 la. Bakhtir Jolalov. I'm very likely pronouncing it incorrectly. As a late replacement for to Wardley versus Dubois. What? All right, it's added to the card. It sounds like they replaced him as the actual main card, but it's not. Although there's a chance, there's a possibility he because of how good he is, that he could beat both of them. I don't know. I've not seen... I think I saw a video about him once. So May the 9th, I'm glad they got him on there, because that's something I'm looking forward to. Because... So he's fighting Agron Snekiki. I've got no idea who that is. He's 21 wins, 3 defeats, 19 KOs. So that's a good knockout ratio, Smekiki. But he has had 3 losses. From Croatia, 6'6". Jalolov is southpaw, as in Smekiki. Now, southpaw can cause a big problems for normal fighters. So they fight with their right hand forward, and it can be difficult for some fighters. Some fighters just don't like southpaws. They blatantly refuse to fight for southpaws, and I don't blame them. I think it should be a fair. Everyone should fight the same, not the same way, but from the same foot. If you can't fight with your left foot forward, then you don't fight. You don't fight professionally. And it's a little bit small-minded of me, but I think it needs to be fair, because people with their right hand forward have, I would say, a big advantage over someone that fights with their left foot forward. Because the person that fights with their left foot forward is generally going to be facing people that also fight with their left foot forward and their left hand forward. So when they come across someone occasionally that fights with their right hand, that's all unorthodox, or southpaw rather, then that kind of, it can really throw people off. Anyway, late edition replaced Jared Anderson and Dakers after Anderson tore his bicep. Oh. See, I would have liked to have seen that. I didn't even realise Jared Anderson was on there. That would have been a good one to watch. I've never seen Jared Anderson in a fight. I don't think I have. I've seen videos, but I've not seen him in an actual live fight, I don't think. Who is Jalolov for new fans? 2-time Olympic super. This is weird. Jalolov, his debut was 5th of May 2018. So you telling me that he turned professional 2018, but he still went to the Olympics as a professional boxer, and won the 2020 and 2024 gold medalists? I'm against that. I'm sorry, Bador Jalolov. I was going to be your biggest fan, but I think that's cheating. To go in as a professional boxer, having been a professional boxer for 2 years, and then go in as an amateur. That's why I was always against the amateur, like the professional tennis players going to Olympic Games. It's just ridiculous. These are professional, like the best in the world, playing against people who maybe have jobs, and they practice in their spare time, and they don't have nutritionists, and they don't have millions of dollars with people to chauffeur them around and to have, to train them, and it just doesn't seem fair. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm not. I mean, can you imagine if Muhammad Ali, right? Okay, Mike Tyson. If Mike Tyson in let's say 1990, was the let's say the Olympics was it's 1988, wasn't it? So if 1992, Evander Holyfield went into, he decided to go for the Olympics. Because he did go for the Olympics, but he didn't get through. Because he threw a punch just as the referee said stop, and he knocked the opponent out and he got disqualified. So he didn't even get a chance to medal, and I think he would have won the whole thing based on how good he was. But anyway, can you imagine Evander Holyfield going into the ring as a world champion, like heavyweight world champion, going in and fighting as an amateur in the Olympics? How would that be fair against someone that maybe works in a chip shop and is, trains every night after work and goes running before work every day, and maybe is sponsored by the local building firm or something, He's just like an average person, but he's really good at what he does and hopes that one day he can turn professional and, fight his way up the ranks and everything. But at the moment, he was lucky enough to get into the Olympics, and he's facing the world champion, the world heavyweight champion. How can that be fair? And that's what he did. Just the difference is he wasn't a world champion, but he was unbeaten as an amateur in 6 fights. And then when he went back in 2024, was it 2024? 2024 Paris. So he went back in 2024. But it wasn't though, was it? Because the 2020 Olympics was in 2021, wasn't it? Because it wasn't 2020 at all, was it? It was 2021. So which means when he went to Olympics in 2021, he had 8 wins, all by knockout. And when he went back in 2024, he had 14 wins, all by knockout. So how is that fair on the amateurs in the Olympic Games? Professional 2-time Olympic sounds brilliant, but it is brilliant until you realise that actually he's been a professional long before he ever even entered the Olympics. It doesn't sit correctly with me. Maybe I'm being a bit too pedantic or a bit too purist, perhaps. There's nothing pure about me. No. Yeah, it just doesn't seem right. I'm sure there was someone said that they were thinking about going back into the Olympics, like be professional, and they was a world champion. They said they wanted to go and win the gold Olympics because they didn't get to win it last time. I don't remember who that was. I don't remember. No, I don't. I had an Iceland delivery today. So I had, what did I have? So I thought I need to start being a little bit more careful with how I buy my food, and I ordered the food online to be delivered. There was no delivery charge because I ordered enough. That was good. It was with Iceland, and just as I did the payment, I realised I saw this big thing on there saying, "We no longer deliver with bags. We don't deliver with bags because we're wonderful now. We don't deliver with bags." Like, that was the only reason I was getting delivery, because they deliver in bags. And it's not about the environment for me. It's not about that. It's about me not being able to bend over very well because of my back. And I'll reuse the bags. I would give the bags back if they wanted them. You know, I'm not bothered about that. I would pay for the bags and then give the bags back if they wanted. It doesn't matter. I just can't do the whole bending over into the baskets, the crates. And yeah, well, I can, but it hurts. It really hurts, especially afterwards. So what I did is I went back and I halved the delivery. I edited it and halved it because I thought, no, it's too much bending. I thought I had 6, but I could only find 2 really big blue bags with long handles. And the idea of these is because I could fill them and then just drag them along the floor into the kitchen without having to carry them. So that worked okay. But I could only find 2, and I'm sure I had 6, at least 4. But I was a bit on the spot because the man was there saying, haven't you got any bags? Because I answered the door without any bags. And I said, yeah, somewhere. Give me a sec. And he said, is that all you got? I said, well, I thought I had 6. I'm not. I could just repeat to you what I've already said to you, but what I said to him was what I said to you just then about thinking I had 6, but I didn't. I could only find 2, but I thought at least I had 4. And then he said, well, I thought you said you had 6. I said, no, but I thought I had at least 4, but I had 2. And he said, Vinny is trying to sneak over and get something from the table. And I'm watching you all the time. All the time, Vinny. I have to, don't I? Just because you're cute doesn't mean you can do everything you want. It doesn't. No, it doesn't. You know what he started doing now? When I go into the kitchen to get some food or whatever, he'll run out. He'll leave the living room and go onto the bed in the bedroom. So I come in here like, where is he? He's not in here. And he has to stay in here with me, because if he stays in the bedroom during the day, he will bark at every single sound that happens in the building, which then starts off the other dog in the garden, and it's a domino effect. And although I can stop him from barking within seconds, the other dog barks for considerably longer than that. So to avoid that situation, I kind of, I'm just sort of trying to keep him here. It's not ideal. I don't want to live in just one room. It seems a bit pointless having a flat with multiple. Well, I say multiple rooms. I've got kitchen, bathroom, living room, and bedroom, and a hallway. But I'm kind of living in just one room, because I'm trying to keep him from barking. And when he does bark, it's so loud. So very loud. It's a proper screech. Proper screams. Like that, yeah. Probably not quite as bad as that, but it's proper high. And he's got this new thing where every time I go into the bedroom or the bathroom, the kitchen rather, or the bathroom, I come out and he's on the bed. Sometimes he even hides from me. He's like underneath the quilt, just looking at me, watching me, thinking that I can't see him. And I say, come on, Vin. And I see that he's not moving, but his eyes seem to be looking the other way, almost like if he can't see me, then I can't see him. And now, instead of just getting off like he used to just like get off the bed and come in here. Now he's really playing up, like moving really slowly. Everything's in slow motion. A little bit like someone in the House of Lords when the time's running out on a vote, and they know that all they got to do is just keep talking really slowly, and there won't be a vote, so that whole bill will just be like crumbled. A little bit like that. And he just moves his arms really slowly, thinking if he does it slow enough, I'll forget that I'm asking him to come into the living room with me. In fact, sometimes I'd come on, and he gets up, look, and he looks like he's about to jump off the bed, and I'll go into the living room, sit down, and he's not followed me, and I've come back into the bedroom, and he's fast asleep. So he just like pretends that he's going to get off the bed, and as soon as I'm gone, he just gets back. Because he's a cheeky little monkey. So, and he's added a little touch to it now, where if I really insist, he barks at me. He never used to do that before. He's doing that more regularly, and I don't know quite. He's got a bit of an attitude on him, haven't you? You have got a bit of an attitude. I think it's because he's seeing more of his mummy at the moment these days, and she spoils him. So I think he feels he can get away with a bit more with me than he could before. I'm the disciplinary one, although I don't discipline him, but I'm the one. Basically, she just anything he wants. Because you're a mummy's boy, aren't you? I'm kind of like, he goes over there, and that's the fun place. Everything's fun. Comes here. Oh, we're home now. Oh, this is just a place where I get fed and I get to sleep. And yeah, I think he gets bored being here. Goes over there. They got a garden. He can run around, and they make a fuss of you, don't they? I do make a fuss of you myself, you know. But you get bored with me, don't you? He doesn't get excited to see me. Okay, he does a little bit when I've gone out and he's been there and I come back. He does get excited, but not in a way that he gets excited about her. Why are you staring at me? Why? So, I've got to collect my glasses next week. So I went into town. Oh man, I really didn't want to. I wanted to do it. I wanted to pay them to pay for them because, as I said, I was gifted to pay for the lenses and for the whatsits. I couldn't do it Friday because I just didn't feel very well, and I think like over the weekend, Saturday was no good. Monday is bank holiday, so Tuesday was the first time I could really go in there. So I went in. And I said, I'd like to pay for my glasses, please. And they said, okay, have you got a name? So of course I got a name. I said, can I take your name, please? Well, it's Jason, isn't it? Have you forgotten me already? She said, no, unfortunately. I don't think I made many friends last week. It wasn't through anything really bad, but just things got so confusing. I talked about this before, so I won't go through the whole thing again because it was something else. But so I went in there, and funny enough, wow, this is really weird. Before I went in there, I was thinking, I know what I'll do, because I'll get off the bus. I managed to get the bus into town, which was good. And there was 2 people waiting at the bus stop, so I thought, yep, this is a good sign. I mean, it's not always a sign that there's a bus coming. Sometimes it's a sign that they're just waiting for a lift from a friend in a car. I've had that happen quite a few times over the years. But I got the bus. It was one of those slippery buses, you know, the seats that just slip. So they're almost like they're pushing you off the seat the whole time. Very uncomfortable. I think you need grippage on your bum. I don't have enough bum grippage. I'm not sure how that works. It might just be the trousers I was wearing tracksuit bottoms, so maybe it's not the right ones to use, but perhaps I needed to wear some leather ones. That might have been better. Some biker's trousers or something. So, why do I feel the urge to start singing YMCA? I don't know. So then, I get there. I do my old thing where I let everyone off the bus before I get off, and literally everyone got off before me, which is all right. It's fine. I used to always do that because I don't like people behind me really. So I get off. Yeah, basically I let everyone get off. I don't let them, but I stay in my seat, and everyone at the bottom of the bus gets off. And once the last person stands up, I get up and like walk behind them. And then that person in front of me stops to let the people from upstairs get down. And eventually she moves on, carries on walking, and then more people come down from the stairs. So I'm waiting again, and then I get off. Say thank you to the bus driver. He winks at me. It's nice. And what do I do? That I cross the road. I look both ways, even though it's a one-way road, because I just think it's a good idea. Oh, on the way, I looked in the cinema, and the cinema was closed. Now, it wasn't early. I'm sure I didn't get the bus. I got the bus at 11. So I don't know why yeah, I'm sure I did. So I don't know why the cinema was closed. And I crossed the road, walked up, had a lady smile at me, which is unusual. Like, fair enough. Smile, smirk, or laughing, holding in a laugh. I don't know. One of them. There was facial movement. Maybe she just had wind. And then I turned round the wrong corner, so I had to come back, turn around the correct corner, walked, and I realised where I was going, where not the cemetery, where the opticians are, it's a long old walk. So I thought, I know what I'll do. I'll make it a bit more interesting. I'll just I'll cut through the town and have a look around, because I've not been in town really for years, to sort of see, to have a look around and see what's there and what shops are closed and stuff. And I've just started to think about the old, what's it called, the big issue seller, the lady that I used to speak to back in like 6 years ago. And we nearly bumped into each other. It was weird. It was like, oh, hello. She said, what do you want? And I said, hello. It was quite nice. And she's older now, and she said, I look exactly the same as before, which is either a compliment or really a big insult, or a lie, one of them. And, yeah, you've always looked old. Thanks. You've always looked 55, even when you was in your 40s. Ooh. I mean, I'm pretty sure. She says she's 26, so it's really weird that she's got to be there. She came to the UK when she was 16. So I think she's been selling the big issue since she was like a teenager. Which is crazy. So why are you still doing it? Not in a judgmental way. And I don't mean it in a judgmental way. Just like my understanding of selling the big issue, which is like a homeless magazine, is to help people to get on their feet so that they can move on from being homeless. But I don't think she's homeless. She's got 2 kids, but she's still selling a magazine. So maybe she just likes it. I really don't know. But she seemed really happy to see me, and because I bought her kids some shoes and I bought some food for her in the past. And I'm not saying that just to sort of, there's a hero. I'm not doing it to be a hero, but it's just what it is, baby. Just trying to help her out. And she remembered me. I remember because I bought her, one time I went to Greg's, bought her some food, and she turned it down and said, I don't like sausage rolls. So I literally bought her a pack of sausage rolls. I think it was a pack of 6 or pack of 5. So I was going to have one. I was going to give her a couple. In the end, I just gave them to someone else. So I kept a couple for me. I was like, I know part of me was very judgmental. So if you're hungry, you'll eat it. But then I thought, it's not really how hunger works, is it? It is how hunger works, but not just general. It's not how I work. It's like you giving me custard and Marmite sandwiches. I'm not going to eat them. It's not going to happen. Cold, lumpy. No, it's not going to happen. Eventually, I'd get to the point where I would, but yeah, if it was just like a day, I hadn't eaten for a few hours, no, I'm not going to eat that. I won't. And plus, it might be against her religion to eat sausage rolls. I mean, she might be not allowed to eat pastry. Who knows? Vinny truly is pushing my buttons tonight. He's really trying to push his way into getting told off and getting put on the naughty step, aren't you? It doesn't bother with me for hours. It'll lay beside me and it'll cuddle up to me. But for some reason, when I do these recordings, nearly every time he will hassle me. Sometimes he'll be content just to give himself a little bed bath, or to chew on a bone. But other times he just has to just almost jump on me and makes really cute noises like that. You are cute. He is a very cute boy. You are. In the past, he never used to get onto my lap. Now he does when I'm sitting in the chair. Like both his feet are on one of my legs. Never did that before. He wouldn't. He didn't feel comfortable enough to do that, but now he does. So, was that another yawn? Do you need a wee wee? Is that what you need? Do you need a wee wees? Do you need a wee wee in the garden? Do you need a wee wee in the gardy wardy? In the gardy wardy, the garden, in the garden, in the lovely garden. Yeah, is that what you need? Sorry. Anyway, so that was nice to see her, and she seems really okay. So that's not really. You don't really say really okay, do you? Really well, really happy, not really okay. But she seemed fine. I said, well, she said, when are you in town next? Because she hasn't seen me for years. And I said, well, I'm coming in town next weekend to collect my classes. She said, will you come and see me? I said, yeah. And she's like, are you sure you'll come and see me? I don't know if she's saying that so to make sure that she's not here, that she comes in on a different day or takes the week off maybe. But I don't know, she seemed happy. I think what it is some of the people that sell the big issue or on the streets or begging on the streets or whatever can get a hard time, and I don't, for me, I don't see her as anything different from me. You know, just me, just a human, innit? Just a human being. And she said, I can't believe her oldest is now 10, and I bought shoes for him, and they were tiny, tiny little shoes when I got them. So when he was 5, 5-year-old shoes are tiny, aren't they? It's like, or 4 even. It might have been 6 years or 4. It's like, I said 10. That's crazy. She said, no, not size 10. 10 years old. So, I was going to say, because the 10, size 10 compared to those that she had before. She said, no, it's a boy. I said, well, whatever. Annoyed me then, and I left. Annoying. Boy, girl, what does it matter? It's not my family. Oh, that was harsh. Anyway, so then I made my way to the optician, and they said, oh, take a seat. So I did. What would they do if you actually did take a seat? If you picked the seat up and walked out? Well, you said take a seat. I mean, I don't know if we did live our lives literally. But anyway, I sat down. Luckily, there was not too many people sitting down waiting, so I managed to get a seat away from people. And they called my name. See, I was waiting in the same section as people that were waiting for examinations, eye exams and stuff. So I got seen before someone else that was already waiting. So they probably thought, how come you got seen before me? The difference is they were waiting to be seen by an optician who was still seeing another patient. I was just seeing one of the people to pay for my glasses. So I went to pay for them, and then they start saying, oh, which I was surprised about, we need to make an appointment for you to come and collect them next week. I was like, well, can't I just come and collect them? You email me when they're ready, I can just come and collect them. No, we have to have an appointment. And I said, well, I've got to come in next week anyway for my dentist to have my dentist treatment. And they said, okay, so do you want to come in? What time's that? I said, I don't know. I'll have to just check it. So I said it was on a Tuesday, and then when I checked my phone, I said, sorry, it's on a Wednesday. So the bloke was like, he huffed a little bit. He had to redo the form. I said, sorry about that. I'm sure it was a Tuesday. He said, what time is it? I said, 11. And he said, well, we've got an appointment for you to come here if you want at 10:30. And I said, will I be seen straight away? He said, well, probably. I said, no, I mean, I can't be late for the dentist appointment. It's not a long distance away, but it's still, I want to get there in time. And he said, we can't guarantee how quickly you get seen. And I said, well, 10:30 at half an hour. Can't you get one with me at 10 o'clock? He said, no, it's 9:30 or 10:30. Or you can come afterwards. And I said, if I come afterwards, you won't even be able to understand what I'm saying, because my whole mouth's going to be numb. And he said, oh. I said, yeah. He said, oh. I said, yeah. He said, what do you want to do then? I said, well, I guess I'll have to do the 9:30 one, which means I'm doing again what I did last time I went to the dentist and had an optician's appointment. There's a big long wait between them. And because of the buses, I have to get a taxi in, because the buses are really hard to get on at that time of the day, because it's like all the school kids going. So I have to get a bus early at like 8:30, so I won't be able to get anything at 9. And so I'll get into town probably about 8:45, maybe 8:50. wait for 40 minutes to pay for my glasses, guaranteed it'll be done in 10 minutes. And then that'll be 20 to 10. So I have to wait another hour and 20 minutes before I have my tooth thing at the dentist. So it's not the best, well timed. But at the same time, I'd rather be early than late, you know? I could try and leave everything to the last minute, and I'll get to the opticians, I'll get a bus. No, I'll get a taxi at 10 o'clock. Which will get me to town just in time to get to the opticians at 10:30. And then I'll have to walk really quickly to get to the dentist for 11. But I don't know, it's like there's a lot of rushing involved, and I'm not big into rushing around, to be honest. So I thought, nah, I'll just do it the way I'm doing it. And also thinking about it, fingers crossed, it will be, I won't have to go back to the dentist for a while, hopefully 6 months or a year, to have a next checkup. And also, hopefully, is it every 2 years or every 4? How often are eye tests? It's every 2 to 4 years, isn't it, I think? So it's going to be quite a while before I have to go back to the opticians, I hope. I might start doing it a bit more regular, like every 2 years, just to keep an eye, like an eye on my eyes. Because I've got cataracts in both eyes now, so early stages, but I just want to sort of keep a track of them. Yeah, it's a bit of eye care. I've not given myself much eye care for a while. But let's say probably, if it's a year, so if I go back in a year or 2 years. So once this day's done, once I've had the dentist and done the opticians and got my glasses, collected them, I don't have to do any more of that stuff for a long time. And the next thing I'm saving up for now is to take Vinny to the dentist, to the opticians, no, to the vets. So need to get him checked out and make sure he's up to date with his jabs and stuff. So you'll enjoy that, wouldn't you? Eh? He'll enjoy that. You little sausage. You little sausage. And that was the 3 things I wanted to get done this year. So the 3 things: get Vinny to the vets. It's not that he needs anything done, he's fine, but just get him checked out and everything. Get my glasses sorted out, my eyesight sorted out, and get my teeth sorted out. Because I had that a bit of a toothache for a good few months, but it was like coming and going before I kind of had an abscess. So I wanted to get all that stuff done this year. I'm sure there was something else I wanted to do, but I forget what it is. But that's the main. The main 2 things was the glasses and Vinny. The opticians the dentist was forced upon me, unfortunately, because I had no choice but to seek help there because of the physical sensations in my mouth. Other than that, yeah, I've got no idea what other plans I had for the year, things that I needed to get done. I mean, I'd like to get that window blocked, like a window plug, so that I can actually make recordings during the day, instead of having to wait until the dog's indoors or early hours of the morning or late at night. You know, I'd like to be able to just put the plug into the window. Sounds weird, doesn't it? A plug, like a bathroom plug or something. But put the plug into the window and seal off all the sound that's coming in from the wind, from the garden. And that'd be nice. It'd be ever so nice. It'd be better than nice. It'd be glorious. I'm trying to figure out how to do it though. I mean, I do have noise cancelling curtains, like blackout curtains, but they're not properly attached yet. But they do seem to do a little bit of the work. One way I thought of doing it maybe is to get lots of pairs of those and just put one on top of another, on top of another, on top of another, and have that as instead of a plug, just as a curtain that goes across, just like multiple rails of curtains, and so it's just one big thick massive curtain. And as I say that, I wonder if there's a way of getting a really, really thick curtain, like a really thick, like I don't know what that is, probably 10 inches, the windowsill, probably 10 inches width, maybe, I can't tell from here, maybe it's less, maybe it's more, but something that complete thickness, and have it across, so I can open them, but when I close them, it's really like thick and cozy and tight, and maybe noise cancelling. I just thought about that and I feel very, very accomplished. I really do. Almost feel like a genius. So yeah, other than that, see my dad on Friday. He wanted to meet up Friday, so I'm seeing him. Couldn't see him on his birthday because I had a tummy upset due to I think it's because of the medication for my tooth, but there's no way of knowing really, but I think it must have been that. That's the only thing different that I'd done. But oh man, I couldn't go out really, couldn't leave for long. That was weird. But you know what? I thought I'd rather that than the tooth, how it was before. If I had to choose between the two, I'd choose that. I'd choose having to go to the toilet a few more times than the. Ugh. The weird thing about it is now that the abscess cavity, whatever it was that's going on there, now that it's all healed up, it feels fine, but it still needs to come out. There's nothing they can do about it, so it still needs to come out. But I don't well, if it's not hurting, what's the point? But apparently it's going to start hurting again. It's going to keep coming back until it's removed. And it just seems a bit of a shame. You know what I mean? Ah, well. Never mind, eh? Never mind. So I feel like I've done something today. Done something, kind of. Accomplished. I don't know if the word accomplish is the correct word, but I've got some stuff done. Made a couple of recordings. Got my delivery. Oh, here's something else that happened. This was kind of funny, really. I saw this. I was in the. Oh, this next bit isn't funny. So basically, I get the bus back, and the bus takes me as far as the shops up the end of the road. So there's about a good half-hour walk, if not more, to the shops from where I live. So the bus only takes me that far. The bus that goes near where I live wasn't around. So I got there, got off. I collected my neighbour's prescription. I got myself a Cornish pasty and a bakewell tart. I know, well, I don't know, but that's what I wanted, so that's what I got. And I thought, I might as well make use of this tooth while I've still got it. Give it as much sugar as possible. And then, I went into the pharmacy first, and they said, "Oh, not all of the medication's ready yet. Can you come back later?" And I said, "No." She said, "What?" And I thought, I hope I haven't said it rudely, because I didn't mean it rudely. I was just like, "No." I didn't say, "No, I will not return." I said, "I can't go anywhere until I've got it, because I live like a fair bit of distance away." And she's like, "Oh." I said, "Do you know roughly how long it's going to be? Because I could just go and do a few little bits and come back, or I go and sit outside for half an hour. I'm not bothered really, not in a hurry." And the lady in the back of the store who was making the tablets out of Smarties and however they make them, she said, "It'll be about 15 minutes. 15 minutes, I said. It'll be about 15 minutes. And the lady behind the counter said, "Yeah, if you can come back in about 25 minutes. And I thought, but didn't she just say 15 minutes? And the lady behind the counter said, I got no idea. I can't understand a word she says, but, usually it takes about half an hour or so. So if you come back 20 minutes or whatever, it should be fine. If we've got chairs you can sit in." I said, "Thanks." So I went away. I got myself a Cornish pasty and a bakewell tart with a cherry and some icing. It was nice. Ooh, yum, 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 yum. And what did I do? I went into the off-license post office, whatever you want to call it. I got something in there, and I saw someone. I actually saw it outside getting out of a car, and I thought, no, it's not, is it? I don't know her name, still don't know her name, but I did back then. I think I probably had a telephone number back then. But it's someone that I used to work with in 2011. 15 years ago. I stopped working with her in August 2011. And it was a children's charity where I was also counselling as well. But this is when I was on a reception and she was just volunteering. And she proper had an attitude back then. She really, it was weird. It's just, she had, I think she couldn't have been more than about 18, 19, maybe 20. Anyway, I see her, she comes into the shop, is had this big package to put into the post office. And I said, "Oh, you're still selling your underwear online then?" And she didn't find that funny. No, anyway, I didn't say that to her. I said, "Hi." She looked at me, said, "Hi." I said, "Do you remember me?" I said, "You used to work at the place, She said, "Did you remember me?" She said, "Yeah." And I realised at that moment that she did remember me. And she kind of wished that I hadn't remembered her. And it was a very awkwardness that I kind of ignored, if you know what I mean. She really didn't seem super excited to see me again. Because we got on really well at that time, back then, but for whatever reason, 50, a lot of stuff can happen in 15 years, can't it? And she looked very awkward. And I said, "Oh, how are you getting on anyway?" I said to her, "How long were you there for?" Because I assumed she wouldn't still be there. And she isn't. She said, "Oh, I was there for a year and a half." I thought, wow, that was good, well done. I was still there as a counsellor for another year or so, until about 2013, 12, yeah, so I was probably still there once she left anyway, but I didn't see her because I wasn't there during the day. I was doing, what was I doing? Evenings. No. Yeah. No, I don't remember. I was doing some time anyway. I think it might have been an evening. So I didn't see her. Anyway, I said, how you getting on anyway? She said, yep, I'm a teacher now. I said, oh. And there was it really was quite quiet after that. There was literally like, oh. And I realised that I didn't have anything to say to her. She, I guess, didn't have anything to say to me. Neither of us were really interested in each other, like, how you been? And maybe we never were really friends. We just worked together for a little bit and we never kept in contact. And I was like, oh. I said, well, take care of yourself. She said, yeah, bye. And then I started thinking, I wonder if it is the person. Because if you ever had someone come up to you, or you said hello to them and said, how are you getting on? And you realise that you don't know who the heck they are, but you just go along with it. Just sort of in the hope that they'll go away, satisfied with the information that they've received. And I don't know if that's what she was doing. She had no idea who I was, but she was just being as friendly as she could muster until I left. I don't know. All I know is she used to have a twin, and a twin, well, are pretty much identical, very similar at least. You never have anyone say that, do you? You got either non-identical twins or identical twins. You don't ever have any quite similar twins. Have you noticed that? No one else says, oh, not identical. No, we're quite similar. You can see that we're kind of clearly more than just sisters. We are, or more than just brothers. Mind you, my sister had twins, a boy and a girl, and I remember being in town and she was in the card shop or something, and I was outside with the double buggy, double pram, whatever it was, and people were coming up saying, oh, aren't they lovely? Oh. And like, because generally if you've got two babies, people don't ask, are they twins? For some reason. I just realised why. Because they're two babies, it's assumed that they are twins, isn't it, I suppose? If they like the same age and they look the same size. And people were saying, oh, it's boys or girls? Oh, one's a boy, one's a girl. That's Bob and that's Teresa. I've got no idea what their names are. And the amount of people who would say the same question, are they identical? A genuine question. Genuine, it's true. Are they identical? Well, as identical as me and you are. I mean, they might look similar as far as facially, I don't know. But no, they're not identical, because one has or you could say one's got an innie, one's got an outie. You know, if you want to be specific, yet vague at the same time. An innie and an outie. Oh dear. I used to think that I was a twin. genuinely, I've always felt, when I was younger, when I was little, I felt there's something missing. Like I should have been with someone should have been with me. You know, like twins are. You know, when they're first born, twins are kind of do everything together, don't they? And I kind of felt that I missed out on that I should have had a twin. And as far as I know, I didn't. But I just had that feeling that I did have one. And this is when I was in my, childhood years. And I remember once I said to my dad, just a strange question, Dad, but I just had these feelings for years that I was a twin. That I had a twin brother. And he said, oh yeah, but we got rid of him. He was just annoying. We gave him up for adoption. I said, really? I said, what was his name? He said, Jason. Or was it Steve? I couldn't remember. He was an annoying one. I got rid of him. But then, after a while, I started to think, maybe you're the one that was annoying. We got rid of the wrong one. I don't know anyway. So, is that why you call me son instead of by my name? He said, yeah. Wow. Do you know where he lives? Don't care. Not really. Could be Newcastle, could be Southend, could be London, could be Brighton, could be Middlesex, could be Southall, it could be Liverpool, Birmingham, Edinburgh, Scotland, Wales, it could be Cornwall, it could be many different places. What about Australia? Well, I include that in the many different places section. Okay. So, none of that happened. But I did used to think for ages, for years, for at least 5 minutes, I'm sure I got a twin. It's not even that I wanted a twin. To be honest, I don't even know what the point of having a twin would be. I mean, for me, not for anyone else. Maybe a friend who was as weird as I am. Maybe to have one person in the world that actually gets me, understands me. They might not be the same as me. I know identical doesn't mean that the person's going to have the same brain or have the same personality. I mean, often generally it's a completely different personality, isn't it, I suppose, but yeah, I think if I was a twin, I'd like the idea of being a very close twin, like sharing, just being there for each other all the way through life, marrying sisters. That'd be weird, wouldn't it? But it's something that it can happen, can't it? I mean, I dated, briefly, but my friend had his girlfriend, and I dated one of her friends, for a little while. So it can happen, I suppose. I didn't get married. I didn't bring the subject up. It just didn't arise, Vinny, will you leave me alone? Leave me alone. Leave me alone. So yeah, I put a thing onto my Facebook group, Jason Newland's Boring Group. If you've got any questions for this week's Q&A Friday, and not one person has asked a question. So it looks like there won't be a Q&A Friday this week. unless somebody asks a question. A couple of people have liked the post but not asked a question. Please ask a question. I only need like 2, 3, 4 just to make a recording. But you could always ask something that you want to know. Something that you genuinely would like to know. Yeah. I mean, all I can do is either answer it or not answer it. Depends what the question is, I guess, you know. I mean, I also can't answer every single possible question that might be asked. You know, it all depends upon the context or the content or the whether it's what do you want, Vinny? I gave him a treat because he ate his dinner, so I gave him a treat to say thank you for eating your dinner, even though technically shouldn't he be thanking me for giving him the dinner? It's like he's done me a favour. There you go. It's like that in the park. He does a poo and it's like, there you go, you can pick that up now. That'll keep you busy. Like, really? That's one of the things that really annoys me when people say that to me. Oh, this will give you something to do. It's like, you know, asking me to do something for them and I'll keep you busy. It's something you can get on with and give you something to do. Like I've got nothing to do. If I wanted to be, if I was able to be, I could be busy all day, every day of the year, every day of the year, all day, doing this stuff. It's a never-ending thing. So it's not that I'm never going to run out of things to do. You know what I mean? I actually had a friend of Luke's do that once. So, either if you've got nothing to do, perhaps you can give me a hand. It's like, what do you mean if I've got nothing to do? Do you think I'm just sitting up here staring at the walls all day? No. Not all the time. No. Occasionally, but not all the time. I'm busy. I'm creating. I'm creating a canon of material. My archive of... Can you imagine? You know, in the future, let's say 30, 40, 50 years' time, 100 years' time, someone's looking through my podcasts and they think, okay, well, we're going to get a really good idea what he did in a day, what the average person back then did in a day. And they listen to it and all they get is just me talking about there's going to be some boxing on at the weekend and I went and collected my glasses and I got on a bus and I wish I had a twin, but I didn't have a twin. And then I started making stuff up about my dad saying that I was the twin, but he got rid of it thinking it was me, you know. Another weird thing happened. On the way home, I walk down the bridge. I see a lady at the bus stop. I say to her, how long before the next bus? And she said, about 4 minutes. So I walk up further up because she's waiting. I go a little bit further. I don't want to sort of stand right next to her, because that'd be weird. And well, I did for a little while, but she wouldn't move. So I thought I'd better do the moving. So I'm waiting for the bus. Bus pulls up, stop it. I stop the bus. But then another bus pulls up behind. I didn't even consider which bus she was waiting for. 2 different buses. One going my way, one going a completely different way. I didn't know where she was going. I just stopped my bus and she started walking towards my bus that I was waiting for. I said to her, do you want to go on first because you were waiting? So I waited for people to get off and I let her go on first. And she talks to the bus person, the bus driver, and the bus driver says, no, you should have got on that bus, it's just gone round. So the bus behind stopped, and then went over, overtook the bus we were getting onto, and drove off. I felt so bad because I didn't know that there was 2 buses coming. I didn't know what bus she was waiting for, and I thought I was doing a nice thing by letting her get on first. But then it gets a little bit confusing when you've got 2 buses stopping, and from where she was standing, she couldn't see the number on the bus that was going past anyway, because she knew I was standing there and I could stop it. So she ended up having to walk. And she said, the bus driver shouted, "Don't worry, there'll be another one here in an hour." And he started giggling, so he seemed to find it funny. And then he kept like shouting at me, sort of like, "Well, she should know what bus she's getting on. She should have gone the other bus." And she just like, "Why? Just stop talking about it." And he was still, even when I got off, he said, "Right, get off this stop. Lucky you didn't go on the other bus, because it wouldn't have brought you here, would it?" I knew where I was coming. I know where this bus goes. But I've got on the wrong bus in the past. It's not hard to do that sometimes, especially if there's a bunch of buses all turning up at the same time. You don't get a chance to really get a good look at the number of the bus. Especially around here, they're changing the numbers. There was a time when it's the same number for years and years and years and years, and they just changed all the numbers around. It was like a 70, and now it's like a 3570 or X. So it's like, it gets confusing at times. So on that note, I'm going to say goodbye. Thank you for listening. Remember to be kind to yourself, because you do deserve to be happy. Before I go, I'll just let you know, I watched this movie called The Long Walk. It's a Stephen King movie, and I watched it this afternoon. It's alright, actually. It's a good movie. And I looked at the comments of some people that had, like, what their, comments about the movie, what they thought of the movie. And the first person wrote, "Too much walking." And the whole movie's about walking. Not in a boring way, but it's, you have to sort of watch it to find out. But it's like, too much walking. And I thought, wow. Because if you didn't know what it was about, you might think, "Oh, that sounds boring. Perhaps I'll watch that instead of listening to JJ." So anyway, thanks for listening. Remember to be kind to yourself, because you do deserve to be happy, and be gentle with yourself. You deserve to feel safe. Lots of love. Bye. Relax in a more deep and meaningful way. Maybe in a way that can not just allow you to feel calmer now and throughout the time we spend together here, not just relaxed at the end of the recording when it's finished and you can enjoy that sense of comfort and peace, but also I think it would be nice to have those feelings of relaxation continue for longer after the recording is ended. so that you can still benefit from listening to my voice. Maybe in a few hours' time, perhaps tomorrow. And then by listening regularly, especially if you find, like some people do, and myself as well, sometimes I find one particular recording that really resonates with me, and I'll just listen to it over and over again, like every morning, every evening. There was this recording from, we're going back to about 1999. It wasn't hypnosis, but it was a guided visualization, so it kind of was hypnosis really. And I managed to find it again, and it still has the same effect on me. And part of it was the person's voice relaxed me. Just felt so peaceful, and I'd look forward to listening to her in the morning and in the evening. And I knew before even pressing the play button that as soon as I'd done that, pressed the play button, this was in the days of CD players, press the play button. In fact, it might have even been a tape recorder. I'd lie down on the bed, and then even without necessarily listening to her words, because I had them memorized really, it was as if my body knew exactly what to do. And the muscles just almost went into automatic relaxation. And I remember my mind would slow down. Now, I was listening to this recording in the early days of learning hypnosis, and long before I ever made any videos or audio recordings myself, because I didn't start doing that till 2006. But I knew how helpful I found being able to just let go, to have that trust in the person that I'm listening to. Knowing that it's going to be just as relaxing, if not more so, each time you hear my voice. You may feel the same. Some people have been listening to me for over a decade. Maybe not solidly, obviously not 24 hours a day, but maybe people come back. Some people maybe listen every day. And something that I do, which you may not realize by listening, is when I record these recordings, now for example, I also am affected by the words that I say. So if I said to you, focus on your feet, notice your feet relaxing, I will be focusing on my feet. I will be noticing my feet relaxing. If I said focus on your hands, and maybe notice the difference between each hand. Perhaps notice the air in the room, the temperature of the room on the backs of your hands. You may start to notice what almost feels like a very light breeze, even though there may not be any type of breeze at all where you are right now. And as you become aware of your hands, I'm also aware of how relaxed my hands are feeling now. And when it comes to potentially drifting off to sleep, which may be the reason you're listening, I also feel drowsy when I make these recordings. I also notice my mind drifting. In fact, at times I've actually fallen asleep without even noticing. And then I carry on talking, it's only when I listen back to do the editing I hear snoring, and I think, I don't remember snoring. I remember talking. Is it snoring, or is a pig turned up? That's what I sound like when I snore. And I get really into the whole experience. I don't know how you feel. How relaxed you feel in your feet. How relaxed you feel in your hands. I have noticed more and more that the more relaxed, deeper level of comfort you feel, the easier your breathing becomes. It's almost like that additional muscle relaxation. So this allows you to breathe easier. Without necessarily focusing on your breath. However, being able to notice the ease in which you breathe so naturally. You breathe so very easily and smoothly. Whenever I imagine my breathing improving, when I've got my eyes closed, I tend to visualize a beautiful field with trees and flowers, producing all that life-giving oxygen. feels nice. To, if nothing else, just taking some time away from everything. Enjoying that feeling of peace, serenity, with a joyful heart. Time seems to just drip by so very slowly. Relaxed, so deeply peaceful, completely unattached to any thoughts whatsoever in this moment. Completely free. Noticing that your mind has slowed down, slowed down, because nothing really requires your attention. You can enjoy the physical sensations of allowing the stress to drip out of your body. Dripping out of every part of your body. And being released from your brain and your mind. Slowly but surely the muscles in your legs relax, relax, relax so very deeply. Relax so deeply. And the feelings, the pleasant feelings in your arms and shoulders, deepening each part of your body further and deeper and deeper. Noticing the feelings in the back of your neck, the feelings in your wrists, the muscles in the front of your body, also feeling peaceful. Deeply as a sense of peace spreads through your very core. Even when you focus on your mind, your mind becomes even slower. Even deeper. Relaxing. So very slow. Your stomach. Peaceful in your stomach. Your back. Notice how relaxed you now feel. In the whole of your back. Your spine, from your brain all the way down the middle of your back, sending and receiving millions of messages every day. Deep comfort increasing. Deeply relaxed. Your knees, relax, spreading those signals down your spinal cord into every part of your body. Your shins and your calf muscles, your elbows, feelings of peace and tranquility spreading through your body, tips of your toes to your eyes, your fingers all the way to your lower back. And letting go, really letting go. Peace. Drifting, mind just wandering away, happy to let go so tranquil. Your whole body enjoying a sense of letting go even more. Peaceful. Enjoying the space, this space of peace and safety. So very, very relaxed. letting go. Maybe we can just focus on the different parts of your body, just to notice your forehead and your eyes. Your jaw, so loose. Noticing a sense of complete freedom. Absolute freedom. Drifting. Drifting. Peaceful energy. Peace to breathe. So much easier. Loose. have noticed your mind drifting. Peaceful. Moving even more deeply in the direction of total blissful peace. Blissful peace. Drifting. Total peace. Calm. So calm. Letting go. Peace of mind. Relaxed body. So relaxed. So relaxed. body feels almost invisible. So very relaxed and peaceful. So peaceful. Relax. Let go. So peaceful. So very, very peaceful. And you could start to notice that you are feeling more relaxed. Even though I've not purposely focused your mind upon that sense of physical comfort that is growing within you throughout your body. And your mind starts to slow down. And that could be almost in recognition of, I guess, my speech not being particularly fast. And things just generally feel calmer just by listening to my voice. You give yourself an opportunity to take a break from the day. Take a break from your life as it is. And to give yourself a rest. Giving yourself permission to take some time off. And to allow your body to relax. And allow your mind to slow down. Which in turn releases the tension, any stresses that you had in your body. It's almost as if the parts of your body just open up, allowing the negativity out. And at the same time, replacing that negativity with positive, healing energy, which then fills your body up, and your mind too also starts to appreciate those feelings of increasing confidence and an almost uplifting feeling, a positive healing, an energy that spreads through your body like a wave of comfort. And all this comes from just allowing yourself a few minutes, maybe half an hour, however long you want it to be, to just rest. And allow your mind and your body to almost reset itself to the settings of comfort and relaxation, calmness, which allows more room for feelings of pleasure and happiness to move around your body and into your mind, almost as if your mind and your body are sinking together, almost mirroring each other with that growing positivity and calmness. And it feels nice. It really does feel nice to know that you are the one that has allowed yourself to feel more comfort and to experience more of this deep relaxation spreading throughout your body. And as I focus on each part of your body, you can notice that that part becomes even more relaxed just by focusing on it. It becomes even more calm and comfortable just by focusing. And as I move down your body, starting at your head, the parts that you've already focused on will continue to relax deeply. And those parts that we've not yet focused on will just automatically release any remaining tension in anticipation of even more comfort about to come. Now, I'm going to start by focusing on your forehead. Just being aware of the feelings of your forehead. And any background sounds, like Mr. Herbert the Pigeon, can just allow you to feel even more relaxed. It just means you're in the moment. This isn't a sterile environment. This is the world. I live in the countryside, so there's lots of nature sounds around. So as you focus on your forehead, just notice how it becomes even more relaxed as you focus only on my voice and that part of your body. Moving down to your eyes, focusing on your eyes, noticing how your eyelids feel so heavy, yet so light at the same time, and all the muscles around your eyes relaxing completely. Moving your focus down to your mouth, your lips, your tongue, your teeth and your gums, and the whole of your mouth relaxing, calm and loose. As you focus now on your jaw, not just the part of your jaw near your mouth and your chin, but all the way up the sides of your face to your ears, that whole of your jaw feeling more relaxed and calm. Focusing on your neck, the front of your neck and your throat, relaxing and loose and calm. The sides of your neck, the right and left side of your neck, relaxed and loose and calm. And now the back of your neck, focusing on the back of your neck, letting go of any tension that may have been there before, and enjoying that sense of increasing comfort and release that you can experience in the back of your neck. Moving down your back and moving either side of your spine, right from the top of your back all the way down to the bottom of your back. Down to your lower back. As you move up and down your spine, you can feel the muscles either side of your spine relaxing even more. And as those muscles relax, that sense of comfort starts to spread outwards from your spine into both sides of your back, the top of your back, the middle and your lower back. And as you scan gently gently and slowly up and down your back as the muscles in the top of your back relax and become looser. The muscles in the middle of your back also seem to just almost divide from each other, separating and almost melting. And in your lower back, there seems to be an extra special feeling of comfort that spreads into your hips, so down your lower back and into your hips, into the area where your coccyx are, and into your buttocks, and all those muscles that spread from your lower back into your hip area start to melt, start to really let go. And even though we're about to focus on your shoulders, your back and your spine will continue to let go. Continue to relax so calmly. And as you focus on your shoulders, you may notice that they're already feeling really loose. They're already feeling calm. And that feeling of those muscles that move from your neck into your shoulders. Feel so soft and gentle, so smooth and calm. And the feeling in your shoulders seems to spread deep into your shoulders. That sense of relaxation, not just traveling deeply into your muscles, but also relaxing the bones and moving all the way to underneath your arms, relaxing that whole area between the tops of your shoulders and underneath your arms, healing. You feel so relaxed and comfortable in your shoulders which sends that deep healing message into your arms. And you may feel almost as if your arms are not even there because they're so relaxed, so deeply relaxed. So calm. So loose. That feeling spreading all the way down your arms to your elbows, including your elbows. Circumference spreads all the way into your wrists, your forearms and your wrists, feeling so heavy, yet at the same time so light and gentle. Focusing now on your hands, your hands so peaceful in your hands. There's a sense of real peace that just seems to feel so familiar when your hands relax deeply. Feels fingers, your fingers so loose. Your fingertips, moving your attention to the front of your body, so comfortable. Moving your focus to your legs, all those muscles in your thighs, your knees, so relaxed. Your calf muscles and your shins completely feet. So peaceful and so calm. So peaceful. So calm. So peaceful, so calm, so peaceful, so relaxing, peaceful, so calm. Allowing that deep relaxation to spread to your chest and your stomach. So relaxed. Letting go of everything. So I'm going to start counting down now from 20 down to 1. You can imagine in a way it's like just walking down some steps. And each step, all 20 steps, and each step represents a level of comfort. Each step represents a deepening of that comfort. And the further you walk down those steps, the deeper and more relaxed you feel. So, starting with number 20. '20. 19. 18. 17. 16. 15. 14. 13. 12. 11.
10. 9. 8. 7.
6. 5. 4. 2. you focus on your eyes, we're going to count down from 10 down to 1. Focus in just on your eyes, your eyelids, the muscles around your eyes, your eyeballs themselves, that whole area that makes up your eye. And as we count down from 10 down to 1, whilst focusing on your eyes, you will become twice as relaxed with each number counting down. And you may find that all you want to do is just drift off to sleep. And if that's what you want, then just allow yourself to do that. Now, focusing on your eyes, I'm going to begin counting down from 10 down to 1 right now. 10. 9. 4. One. So counting down from 10 to 1. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And maybe that was a bit too quick in order to relax. Maybe it's a bit too fast for you to notice the calming of your body. Maybe even a little bit of pressure there, like Well, you're counting down from 10 to 1. What do you expect me to do, man? You expect me just to go all floppy just because you're counting down? We could try again, but this time I'll go a bit slower. This time, as you focus on the whole of your body before we focus on your legs, just notice how your body does start to feel more relaxed with every number that I count down. 10. 9. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. And just notice how you feel generally, how your body feels. It's not necessarily even about counting down from 10 to 1. It's that space that you have, that space between being active physically or mentally to just sitting or lying down, just being there, not doing anything, not saying anything, not needing to think about anything. So it opens up a space, a bit of a space, a gap. And the more I count down from 10 to 1, the bigger that gap becomes. So there's that gap of calmness, of comfort, relaxation. It's a nice feeling. And it moves those stresses or discomforts physically or emotionally, moves them away. Allows you to just slow down. So I'm going to count again from 10 down to 1 and notice that gap widening the gap. And as it widens, it's almost like the stress and attention falls into the gap. And gives you that distance, that space. Now, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And how does your body feel now? Can you notice that you're feeling calmer? That you're feeling more relaxed? As we now focus on your legs, just your legs. We're just going to start with focusing on your thighs. Of course, it's not the most exciting thing to be doing because I'm sure, like most of your body, there's not a lot going on right now. Just focusing on the whole of your thighs, the tops of your thighs, the sides of your thighs, the bottoms of your thighs, your outer thighs and your inner thighs. Basically the whole of your thigh that leads into your hip, and then goes down to your knee joint. Now this is a big area. It's a very heavy area. It's very strong. Probably the strongest muscles in your body are in your thighs. But I don't think we perhaps give enough attention to our thighs. Perhaps we don't acknowledge how important our thighs are to our lives. How much they actually do for us all through our lives. And it may sound really weird, but I think that all of our body parts, especially our thighs, need some TLC. A bit of love shown, a bit of acknowledgement, a thank you, gratitude for what our thighs do for us. And I know this may sound a bit strange. Maybe you think, why am I? Surely I should be out in the garden hugging a tree or something. Well, it's hard to set a microphone up on a tree. That's why I'm doing this indoors. Otherwise I would be outside hugging a tree. No, I can't see the television from the tree. If you move down to your knees, again, such an important part. And I think we don't necessarily, I'll speak for myself here, I don't necessarily appreciate all that my knees do for me until I have a problem with my knee. So occasionally if I have maybe I bash it or it's aching for some reason, it's then that I realise how much it does. You know, the benefit of being able to use my legs without any kind of physical discomfort is a beautiful thing that's possibly not appreciated until it's temporarily removed, you know, that comfort. But as you focus on your knees, regardless of how your knees feel, you can have that sense of gratitude and love to your knees for all that they do for you. And you can still have that attention on your thighs and maybe notice how your thighs feel. Maybe you've noticed that they are relaxing more deeply. As you focus now on the bottoms of your legs, your shins, and your calf muscles, and the bones between your knees and your feet, incorporating, of course, your ankles. So important. Anyone that's had even like the slightest sprain of an ankle knows how much we take our ankles for granted. And it's kind of strange in a way when you think that, logically our wrists are a lot thinner than the rest of our arms, which is okay, can't see any problem with that because we're just picking stuff up. But our ankles are so much thinner than the rest of our legs. And from a physics perspective, or logical even, it doesn't really make sense that all this weight would ultimately be resting on your ankles, then leading to your feet. That thin area, thin bone, yet it does so much great work. Supports us, supports our body for a lifetime. Helps us to balance, helps you to get around and be mobile. And there's the calf muscles, of course. When I was younger, I couldn't see the point in calf muscles. It didn't seem to do anything. Okay, if I walked around on tiptoes, then my calf muscles get some work. But of course that's not true. The calf muscles are being used whenever we use our legs. And your shins, there to protect your lower legs, shaped in a way almost as a protector for the bone. Leading, of course, to your ankles and your feet. But we're not going to focus on your feet, we're just going to focus on the legs. And I realise that now that I've mentioned your feet, you're probably focusing on them anyway. So maybe I should focus on your feet a little bit. You can have them in your awareness, the same as you have your thighs in your awareness, even though we haven't been focusing on your thighs for a few minutes. We've been focusing on your ankles, there's still that sensation of comfort in your thighs. And there's that movement of energy, because the thighs hold lots of different sensations. Of course, there's the muscles, the big, strong muscles that we have in our thighs. But the skin on the outside of the thighs, as in the outside of all of our body, can be very sensitive. sensitive to the touch, sensitive to temperature. And inside your thighs, the bones, there's the muscle, there's the blood vessels, the arteries. So all this stuff is inside your thighs. And I guess sometimes it'd be nice if you could actually put your fingers inside your thighs and massage. So you can massage on the outside, of course, but to be able to get deep into the muscles and to be able to just massage inside your thighs, massaging the bones of your leg, massaging all the veins and just gently healing your thighs. And you could move down, massaging inside your knees, just massaging those bones, but with healing fingertips, spreading that healing energy deep into the joints of your knees. Of course, there's the back of your knee, you know, the inside crease where your knee is. It's a very sensitive area. Feels very nice when you stroke it. That might be because it's an area that's not really touched very often. It's almost like a hidden part, that crease in your legs. It's almost like a part that has a sensitivity which is a little bit different. Of course, it's protected by your legs. So you can imagine putting your fingers into that crease in your legs. That fold in between your legs, you can just massage with your fingertips. Imagine your fingertips going inside, massaging the muscle tissue. You can of course feel the bones of your knees healing through your fingertips. And then as you go down to your calf muscles, now that's a part I'd like to be able to really put my fingertips deep inside my calf muscles, massaging every single tissue of that muscle, healing every part. And then doing the same for my shins, massaging and gently stroking the bones, gently stroking them, healing in a loving way, because they deserve to be treated as the precious bones that they are, because our legs are so precious, as in all the other parts of our body. They're more precious than any jewel on the planet. And when you start to think about your legs in this way, it can change your perspective. It might sound a bit silly to start with, the idea of having love for your legs, showing appreciation for your thighs, wanting to be able to put your hands in your thighs and massage the muscles and the bones, and to get your fingers deep in there, releasing all tension, just to show how much you care about your legs, how much you care for what your legs do for you regularly. Your knees, your calves, your ankles, the strength of your ankles, considering how thin they are compared to the rest of your legs, especially your thighs. Yet they're so strong, so flexible. Absolutely amazing things your ankles are. Truly a gift because of what they do for you. Supporting all that weight, regardless of what weight you are, even if you're only 8 stone, it's still a lot of weight for these little ankles. Now I'm a lot heavier than 8 stone, double that. Yet my ankles support my body all the time. Although they do give off a sigh of relief when I sit down. In fact, my whole legs do. My feet also go whew, and my toes clap. They're so happy. Your legs really are amazing. And I know that talking about your legs is possibly among the most boring things you've ever heard anyone say, possibly. But boring or not, everything I said is true. Your legs are amazing. Your legs deserve not just respect, they deserve to relax deeply. They deserve to take some time out of the day to just let go completely. Your legs really can relax. And because the legs are such a very important part of your body, when you relax your legs, the rest of your body also naturally follows in that journey of comfort. I can feel it in my hips. My hips feel really loose. And also my lower back as well. My lower back really feels stretched, even though I'm just sitting in a chair and there's no stretching as far as I'm aware that I'm doing. But it's almost as if the muscles are just relaxed so much that there is a natural stretch as the tension has reduced a lot. And I'm now going to count down from 10 down to 1. And you can continue to feel wonderfully relaxed. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Relax. So I'm just going to count down from 5 down to 1. And as I count down, if you just focus on the numbers, just the numbers, counting down, and notice how you feel in this moment as you hear the numbers counting down, knowing that those numbers counting down represent you feeling calmer, not just in your body but also relaxing your mind. And just notice how you feel. There's nothing to do, there's nothing to say, there's nothing to think about. Starting with number 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. As you notice the gradual letting go of the tension in your body, you may also begin to notice and be aware of how your mind is starting to slow down. This is just a natural thing that happens. It's not really a special procedure. It's just natural because as your body relaxes, your mind also starts to relax. And the more your mind relaxes, the more your body relaxes. It's just a continuous circle of relaxation. And there's that calmness that comes from relative quietness. You know, even if there's background sounds, either your side or mine, it's still going to be quite calm. You know, you haven't got the television on, there's no music in the background unless you're listening to the recording with music, of course. You're very likely not going to be sitting in a room with other people. Of course you might be, but generally it's more ideal if you can do this on your own. So, no distractions. And when you stop thinking about stuff, relaxation automatically rises. A sense of comfort starts to grow. And without trying to build it up into something fantastical or something magical, this is just a natural process, something that's easy to accomplish. In fact, it's almost, the sense of relaxing completely happens really when you put no effort into it. It's not something that you can really force. It's something that happens naturally. And part of the process of this recording and others is simply to allow you to take advantage of this space, this time, to just let go, to just be here, to be in tune with how you feel. Yet with the intention of wanting to relax deeply. And maybe even to fall asleep, depending on what it is that you wish for yourself in this moment. As we know, relaxing is the majority of the process of falling asleep. The actual falling asleep part is the tiny bit at the end. The deeper relaxed you become, the easier you find yourself drifting. But you can also, if you choose, stay focused on my voice and really enjoy the process of gradually relaxing each muscle in your body effortlessly, and just observing the sensation of letting go, completely. This time I'm going to count from 6 down to 1. And you can notice your mind calming down more with each number that you hear me say. Naturally feeling calm and slow and peaceful. 6. 5. 4. 3.2. 1. Being aware of how your mind has slowed right down, sinking deeply into relaxation. And as you focus on your mind, you may notice notice that there are some thoughts still there, maybe some stubborn thoughts that for some reason perhaps need your attention. So what you can do is send love to those thoughts. Sprinkle those thoughts with love, like little petals from a flower. Just sprinkle it over them. Petals filled with love towards those thoughts, to let those thoughts know that you're not abandoning them. You just need them. You require them to just calm down, slow down, quiet down for now. So as you focus on those remaining thoughts, as we count down this time from 7 down to 1, with each number, just imagine sprinkling those flower petals of love, kindness, gratitude over those thoughts, which will allow them to just melt away and relax deeply. With every number, those thoughts will become more and more relaxed. Starting with number 7. 6. 5. as you now notice how relaxed you're feeling in your body. We're going to focus on your hands. Because the more relaxed your hands are, the more relaxed your body and mind are. And as you focus on your hands and your fingers, there's nothing needed to be done. There's no clenching of fists or tensing the fingers or anything like that. It's just noticing and focusing on your hands. Noticing how they feel. Because the more relaxed your hands feel, the calmer your mind feels, and the more comfort you feel throughout your body. And you may have already noticed that your mind is starting to drift. Focusing just on your hands and fingers, allowing them to experience a real deepening of that relaxation in your hands and fingers. More and more relaxed with each number. From 8 down to 1. You can almost feel that healing and relaxing energy spreading into your hands and fingers, becoming even more relaxing with each number. starting again. Starting with number 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. Just being here now. Nothing to think about, nothing to do, nothing to say. And everything just feels calmer. And this is your natural state of being. This is how you just normally feel when you take away all of that other stuff that we add. You know, things like stress and worrying and overthinking and anxiety, tension, just generally thinking about stuff. When you take that away, which is what we're doing now, you're left with a real sense of peacefulness, which comes to you very quickly. Because ultimately, it's just a feeling. A feeling of comfort. It's almost as if you've gone inside yourself and you've found a special place where everything is peaceful. A place where you can feel relaxed and your natural sense of comfort. A place where you can be you. Where you can accept yourself for who you are. A place where you're not trying to please anybody else, ever. A place where you can actually not just love yourself, but in some ways, more importantly, you can like yourself. Appreciate who you are. And that sense of gratitude is in the air all around you. And that's also a place where you can actually feel the healing energy soaking into your body. Healing energy soaking into your body. And that healing energy spreads through your veins, traveling to each and every single part of your body. And you start to realize that actually that healing energy, it's not just entered into your brain, it's become part of your brain. And that spinal fluid is now mixed with healing energy. Not just allowing you to feel so much more relaxed and healthy in this moment, but also you start to realize that actually what's happening now with that healing, relaxing energy spreading through your body is actually changing your life. It's actually changing the way you're going to feel, not just now, but tomorrow and the next day, as your health improves. Not just your physical health, but your mental health. things that used to bother you in the past, for some reason, no longer have the effect that they used to, because something has changed deep within you. Maybe things that used to cause you to feel anger no longer have that power to control you the way they seemed to be able to before. As you realize that you're the one who decides what affects you. You're the one who decides to feel relaxed and calm when you choose to enjoy noticing these natural developments of healing continuing to grow and improve your life day by day. Including, of course, your ability to relax so much easier and sleeping is the most natural thing in the world to you, because falling asleep is something that you've done so many times in your life, and you know that you were born, as we all were, with the ability to fall asleep naturally. We were born with that ability to just drift off into a deep, healing sleep. Even when we're kids, sometimes we'll fall asleep when we don't even want to. We try to stay awake. Maybe it's a birthday in the morning, or it's Christmas or holiday or something we look forward to. We don't want to go to sleep. But the more we want to stay awake, the more we just start to drift. And the more you fight drifting, the more you try and stop yourself from drifting asleep, the deeper and stronger that drifting becomes. Because we're born not just with the need to relax deeply and to naturally fall asleep, but it's our birthright. It's part of our DNA. And sometimes as we get older in life, perhaps at times we have forgotten that relaxing completely is not only a wonderfully pleasant experience, it's also really easy. very, very easy to let go, because that's all it is. It's just deciding to let go. And when you press the play button on my recordings, you have given permission for my voice to relax you. When you press that play button, you have given me permission for my words to affect you in a positive, only a positive way, opening up your mind to useful and healing suggestions that can have such an amazing effect on how you feel right now, as well as those changes that continue long after the recording ends, those changes within you that continue to flourish and grow, transforming your life in a positive, beautiful way, allowing you to move forward in your life in the direction that you choose for yourself. And this feeling that you can experience of safety, comfort, calmness, just feels so nice. It's such a healthy place to be. And that positivity grows within you. Each and every day, moving forward, you're going to find that you're more relaxed physically and in your mind is more relaxed. And it's not that you're thinking slower, it's just that your mind will be less clogged up with unnecessary negativity. Because from now on, your mind rejects negativity. From now on, you're going to start noticing when negativity arises, and you can just say stop. Stop. And that negativity will turn around and leave you alone. Stop, and that negativity will disappear. And as you notice that you feel way more relaxed than you probably expected, you can now congratulate yourself because you're the person that has done this. You are the one that has opened your mind up to the simple facts that you can feel more relaxed in your body and in your mind. You've opened your mind up to the birthright of being able to just fall asleep easily when you choose. And that's a nice feeling, don't you think? It feels nice, doesn't it? To feel calm with all that healing energy spreading through your body and your mind. To spend time in that special place where negativity can no longer enter. Negativity is banned, it's barred, it's not allowed entry. It doesn't deserve to be here, it doesn't belong here. Negativity has no place in your life. Which makes room for more comfort, more healing, more relaxation, more peace. It feels nice, doesn't it? To just let go of everything. And I'm going to count down now from 20 down to 1. You can continue to relax. If you choose, you can drift to sleep. With every number you hear me say, you can feel twice as relaxed. Or if you choose, you can feel twice as sleepy. Now, 20. 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is your time to just take a break. Your time to relax, to allow your mind to slow down. To give yourself permission to take a break from everything. And you're the only person that can make that decision. You're the only person that can actually tell your mind to just relax. To just take some time off. So that you can focus on your body, getting in touch with how you feel physically. And in the process of this body scan, where you focus on different parts of your body, those parts that you focus on and observe, even though you're not purposely requesting for those parts of your body to relax, it's kind of expected. You expect, when you listen to my voice, to feel more relaxed naturally. Because when you're listening to me, your attention is focused on my words. And as my words guide you to focus on those parts of your body, your focus increases. Which actually calms your mind. And when your mind calms down, your body relaxes. And when your body calms down, your mind relaxes. And even though we've not really started to focus on your body, you can already feel that healing energy spreading through your body, pushing out stress and tension, healing all the parts of your body, including your skin, your bones, your blood, all of your organs inside your body, all of the muscles, all of the fat, all of everything. Every hair on your body is filled with that healing energy. And when your brain fills with that healing energy, the feeling of comfort and relaxation increases. Deeply increases. In a way that your mind starts to feel perhaps a bit drowsy, because it's not needed, and it may start to drift. If that's what's needed. So if you're listening to this and what you need is deep relaxation, that's what you'll get. If what you need is to fall asleep naturally and easily as your mind drifts, that's also others by pressing that play button on the podcast and listening to me. You give permission for your body and your mind. In fact, you give the command to your body and your mind to relax deeply and to drift off to sleep if that's what you want or need. And as I focus on the different parts of your body, you may start to just drift, and then you come back again and you hear me talking, and I'm focusing on a different part of your body. And you may find yourself drifting, but you don't realize you're drifting until you stop drifting and you're alert again to my voice, focusing on a different part of your body starts to relax even deeper. Because that drifting is basically you already in the sleep zone. And the more you drift, the longer you drift, and the longer you drift, eventually that drifting continues into sleep. And that's the last you remember until you wake up in your own time when you experience the right amount of sleep for you. Because when you do, and if you do fall asleep, it's extremely pleasant, so relaxing, so deep, healing sleep. And it feels so nice to relax into your own body and mind as you feel that healing energy spreading through you, relaxing you so deeply, relaxing you so deeply. As we start to focus let's focus again on parts of your body. Focusing this time on your forehead. Now on your mouth, your lips, your tongue, the whole of your mouth. Focus in on your fingers. Maybe you could move your fingers a little bit so you can focus on each one individually. Both hands. And even though as you focus on both of your hands now, they almost seem to just melt into one. Where does your right hand start and your left hand end? It's almost as if it just mixed together. Now focusing on your knees. Just noticing how your knees feel. Now focusing on your elbows. Focusing on both of your elbows. Just observing the feeling of your elbows. Now focusing and observing the back of your neck. Feeling that energy in the back of your neck. Observing your ankles. Being aware of the physical sensations in your ankles. now your toes on both of your feet. Being aware of how your toes feel right now. Noticing how your entire body feels. Noticing how your mind feels now. Letting go. Letting go. Letting go of everything. Letting go. Letting go. Letting go of everything. Everything. I'm going to start now, and I'd like you just first of all just to see yourself lying down on that massage table, lying on your front, your head is supported, your arms are supported, and you feel comfortable, and breathing is really easy, and you feel confident in how you look as well. So there's none of that issue of body problems or shyness, because I'm a professional and this is a therapy session. So none of that stuff matters whatsoever. This is about you. This is about how you feel and how you can enjoy that sense of comfort and relaxation that comes from letting go and allowing my hands and my fingers to relax you by massaging your body. So I want to start off just by placing my hands on the back of your head, just gently, just so you can feel what my hands feel like really on you. So you can maybe feel the warmth of my hands on the back of your head. And I'll move my hands to the side of your head. Not pressing, but just holding them there very gently. Maybe over your ears and a little bit on your face. Just so you can feel my hands. So you can become accustomed to them. And now put my hands on the back of your head again and gently let them slide down onto the back of your neck. You can feel my hands gently stroking the back of your neck to start with. Just so you can get used to the feeling of my hands on your skin. Get accustomed to it. Realize that you're safe and it's all good. It's all fine. And I'm going to start gently massaging the muscles in the back of your neck. With both hands. Now this is a very trusting situation really, because our necks are so fragile, and to have someone have their hands around your neck in that way can sometimes be problematic for people, which is why massages are quite good, because it allows you to relax and to get in touch with trust, to feel peaceful and calm. There's a massage the sides of your neck gently, moving from the bottom of your neck, which would be sort of near where your shoulders start, I guess, all the way up to your jaw, your ears kind of area, that side of your neck. Of course, is a lot longer than the front of your neck. And then massaging the back of your neck, especially that area where perhaps we hold tension. And as that area is massaged, you can actually feel a sense of release in the back of your neck. And maybe you can breathe it out as well. Notice how it feels. Notice how you feel. Then moving down to that area between your neck and your shoulders, that muscly area, starting to massage that area on both sides. I mean, this would be the area that a lot of people would massage if they were going to give you like a shoulder massage. Even that's not technically the shoulders, but it's all the muscles that lead to the shoulders, from the neck. And again, that can hold tension and stress. And when massaged. Sometimes a nice deep massage is useful, and you decide how deep that massage is. And just allow my knuckles just to dig in to get to those muscles and to really relax them. All the time being firm yet gentle with you. And just stroking down that area to your actual shoulders, moving to the muscles of your shoulders. And maybe initially just pulling up the shoulders a little bit off the table, just to give you a little bit of a stretch, but very gently. And you've got the muscles at the front of your shoulders, the sides and the back. Again, this is a part that can really take quite a bit of pressure, quite a bit of needing, if you wish, to really release the tension, to really get into those muscles, and you can let your fingers in there and it can feel really nice. Sometimes just being stroked gently or being massaged quite strongly can all be beneficial to the relaxation of the muscles in your shoulders. Now, as we move down your arms, we'll do one arm at a time, starting with your right arm. What I'll do is I'll just lift your arm up, just hold it to the side of you. Don't worry, it'll still be attached. And I just massage the tops of your arms. All the way down to your forearms, into your wrists. Gently massaging that part, the softer part, which is the under part of the arm, which leads to the crease in your elbow, the inside. It's much more sensitive skin. Sometimes just having that stroked can feel really nice, pleasurable and relaxing. Now moving down to your right hand. Just holding your hand both of my hands. Just pressing gently on the back of your hand and stretching your fingers ever so lightly. At the same time, pressing down and massaging each finger. And then starting to massage the palms of your hand. Just turning the hand gently, stretching it gently. And actually having your hand held can really be an emotional experience sometimes, even if it is with a stranger, someone you don't know very well, like a massage person or a therapist maybe, because it's intimate. And it can feel nice and you can feel safe. And as I put that right arm back down where it was, we're going to do the same with your left arm. Exactly the same. Massaging the muscles in your arm all the way down to your wrist. Stroking the inside of your arm. Just being gentle or as firm as you require. And then massaging your left hand. Stretching the fingers gently. Massaging the palm of your left hand. You can feel so relaxing. So comforting. Now just rest your left arm back down. Start to massage your back, the biggest part of your body. Starting at the top, starting again where we already have been, that area at the top, in between your shoulders, near your neck, going back and massaging that area again, but this time moving downwards. Making a downward stroke to the middle of your back, working from the outside inwards, so massaging your back, but the outsides of your back, the parts where your arms would maybe rest against. Or
almost the part that connects your front to your back. And just massaging down firmly but gently, as firm as you want. Moving down and then moving across a little bit and moving all the way down again. Being very gentle, yet firm as you choose. Eventually we get to the spine. We can massage the muscles on either side of your spine, from the top of your neck all the way down to your lower back. We can do that a few times. Sometimes people would use the knuckle or the, two fingers and just go either side of the spine and almost just push down and go all the way down to the bottom of the spine. Each time releasing tension and opening up the body, stretching your body so that you feel more relaxed, but at the same time rejuvenated. And now I'm going to move to one side, to your right side, and from the bottom of your ribs to your pelvis, I'm going to massage that area of your back. I'll stretch over the other side and I will pull the muscles gently and massage and push from one end, that side, all the way to my side, to the middle, in fact, to where your spine is, massaging that side of your spine, the opposite side to where I'm standing. It's almost like kneading bread. There's that big area which is firm, yet lots there to massage. Potentially one of the most important places to actually have a massage, because you really feel it. You really feel the release and the pleasure of having your lower back massaged. It releases so much from your body that's not useful, starting a healing process which will continue long after this recording is over. And massaging this part of your body not only feels really good for you, but it's actually fun to do, because it is, as I said, like kneading bread. It's a part that you can really get a hold of and really massage deeply, if that's your choice. Then I'm going to move over to the other side of your body and do the same with the opposite part of your lower back, kneading and massaging from your sides all the way to the middle of your back where your spine is. pressing and kneading, firm and gentle at the same time. It feels so releasing. This mixture of pleasure, comfort, release, calmness, relaxation, all mixed together. Plus there's that feeling from your stomach as it's being stretched. Even though you're on your stomach now, you can feel it being stretched because that whole area is connected to your stomach. Now we're going to move further up to your top of your body, and I'm going to do the same. This time starting with your upper back, put my hands forward over and massaging that area up to your spine, from the side of your body up to your spine. So some of that massage area, the muscle tissue, or whatever, fatty tissue even, will be possibly from your chest. Because it's all connected, the chest and the back connect together. I'm going to be massaging and just pulling some of that skin from your side up and massaging that area of your upper back all the way to your spine. And then I'll move down a bit and I'll continue with the middle of your back, doing exactly the same thing. As gentle or as deep as you choose. Now I'll move the other side again and do the exact same thing with the top of your back on the other side, from pretty much underneath your arm area really, to your spine. And then continuing that all the way down, including your middle of your back. Now I'm gonna go to your thighs, the backs of your thighs, and the sides of your thighs. Starting with your right leg, massaging the back and the sides of your thighs, gently and firmly. There's a lot of muscles there. It's an area that can be very tense at times and maybe needs a little bit more pressure than the rest of the body. But that's up to you. You can gently stroke the back of your legs where, opposite your knee joint or underneath your knee joint. It's a very sensitive, gentle area. And working down to your calf muscles, massaging your calf muscles thoroughly and deeply if you choose, using both hands and fingers digging deep to your ankles and the back of your ankles, just gently massaging that area. Maybe lifting the leg and stretching it a little bit. Moving to the right foot. Massaging the bottom of your feet and the sides of your feet. Gently but firm enough so they don't tickle. And just allow the pleasure that you get from having your feet massaged to just overtake you. As I continue to massage your feet, the bottoms of your feet, the sides, your arches, your heel. You can put a lot of pressure into your heel and it feels amazing. Yet the arches need to be a bit more gentle. Stretching your toes gently and massaging the bottoms of your toes with my fingers, each one individually. Moving over to the left leg to do exactly the same thing. Starting at the top of the thighs, working the back of the thighs and the sides, massaging deeply and gently that whole area, working all the way down. And this is an area that maybe you could like to spend more time relaxing and massaging. So perhaps if you wanted, I could make a future recording where I spend more time on one particular area. As you move down to your calf muscles, massaging your calf muscles firmly and gently. Moving down your ankle into your feet, massaging the backs of your feet, the bottoms of your feet, stretching your toes and massaging each toe individually. And that feeling of pleasure and release that you experience when you're having your feet massaged feels really good. Now, as you turn over in your mind, laying on your back, just going to start again at your neck area. In your shoulders, just to get back in touch with that area. And as we move up, I can clean my hands, make them all fresh, because now I'm going to massage your face gently. Starting off with your forehead, your eyes are closed, and I can just stretch your eyes a little bit, pushing up on your eyebrows. Just massaging around your scalp. Massaging down your cheeks, around your ears, into your jaw, gently. The sides of your neck, your chin, then just moving down from your neck down to your chest, starting by massaging the very top of your chest, where the collarbone is, either side of the collarbone. And then just massaging the whole of the chest. Moving the chest around. Because it's quite a large area, you can move from one side to the next. Moving my hands from underneath pretty much where your arms are. Stretching up, stretching some of the muscles of your back in the process. Moving up over your chest. And then moving down again. Then allowing my hands to just massage gently and slide down towards your stomach, starting in the middle of your chest. And then gradually my hands moving apart and massaging and sliding at the same time, moving down to just below your rib cage. Moving down, then massaging up again, giving your chest all the attention that it needs to feel completely relaxed. Remembering that I'm also going to be focusing on your sides as well, an area that really doesn't get much attention but feels really good when it's massaged. Just stroking my hands down the sides of your body, just below your arms, all the way down to your hips. Now, moving to your stomach area, I'm going to stand one side of you like I did when I did your lower back. I'm going to do a similar process of just stretching the muscles from your side gently, massaging from one side to the next, moving that whole area from below your ribs all the way down to below your belly button. And then move round to the other side of you and repeat that. Process of relaxing deeply, calmly. You feel loose, you feel free. And there's something about having your stomach massaged that's different from any other part, because we do have a tendency of holding a different kind of stress in our stomachs that we may not be aware of. As I now massage your stomach, the front of your stomach, making circles around your belly button, and then going the other way around. There's a gentleness and a freedom that comes from feeling how you're feeling. As I now move down the tops of your thighs, the muscles, massaging them, and I can do this two legs at the same time, pressing down, massaging deeply those muscles in your thighs, the front of your thighs. Moving down to your knees, gently massaging your knees, sliding down your shins, putting pressure on either side of your shin, gently, softly but firmly. Moving down to your ankles, stroking the tops of your feet. And then with each foot in each hand, just gently massaging the whole of the foot. The top, the bottom, your heel, your ankle, your toes. Massaging every part of your feet. It feels so good just to let go and enjoy the process. Enjoy feeling much comfort and so many feelings that come just from touching your skin. And you can just lie there for as long as you choose, enjoying the feeling of deep comfort from being massaged by me. Enjoy feeling deeply relaxed. And all we're going to do is blow out some candles in your mind. There are going to be 100 candles. And you're going to blow each one out individually, one by one, starting at 100 as I count down, all the way down to 1. And each time I say a number, you can imagine that candle in front of you, and I'd like you to actually physically gently blow that candle out. Just so it's not a big blow, it's just a gentle, and that candle will extinguish. And then I'll say the next number as we move down, and you can just blow that one out as well. And as we move down the numbers, you'll find yourself feeling more and more relaxed. And if you need to sleep, you'll also find yourself becoming incredibly tired and sleepy. In fact, you may struggle to blow out all 100 of these candles. As you feel more and more deeply relaxed, more and more deeply tired sounds where you are. You'll be aware of those sounds at the moment. You may start to just not even notice them at all because they're unimportant. Where I am, I've got the sounds of the birds. There's Horace the pigeon, who likes to say hello sometimes. And there's the odd plane that goes by. Maybe traffic and trains in the distance. But none of that seems important whatsoever. The more candles you blow out, the less important anything is. The more candles you blow out, the further you seem to move away from sounds and from general day-to-day stuff. Seems to just move away on its own as you feel more calmer with every candle you blow out. Guiding you to the next number that you hear me say. And then you blow that candle out too. So easy. So simple. I'm going to start by introducing the first candle, which is 100. The first candle, which is 100. When you blow that candle out, you'll find immediately a slight change in how you feel. As well as a real sense of positivity growing within you. Relaxation and sleepiness expanding starting with 100. Blow out that candle now. 99. Candle 98. Candle 97. Candle 96. Candle 95. Candle 94. Candle 93. Candle 92. Candle 91. Candle 90. 89. Candle 88. Candle 87. Candle 86. Candle 85. 82. 71. Candle 79. Candle 78. Candle 77. Candle 76. Candle 75. Candle 74. Candle 73. Candle 72. Candle 71. Candle 71. Candle 70. 65. Candle 64. Candle 64. Candle 63. Candle 62. Candle 61. Candle 60. Candle 59. Candle 58. Candle 57. Candle 56. Candle 55. Candle 54. 53. Candle 52. Candle 52. Candle 52. Candle 51. Candle 50. Candle 49. Candle 48. Candle 47. Candle 46. 35. Candle 42. Candle 41. Candle 40. Candle 39. Candle 38. Candle 37. Candle 35. Candle 33. Candle 31. Candle 30. Candle 29. Candle 28. Candle 27. 26. Candle 25. Candle 24. Candle 23. Candle 22. Candle 17. Candle 16. Candle 14. Candle 12. Candle 11. Candle 10. Candle 5. Candle 4. Candle 3. Candle 2. Candle 1. Let go of all of those thoughts, worries, concerns about the past, thoughts about the future, and even things you've been thinking about today. Just let it all go, because none of it is useful in this moment. This is your opportunity to just focus on feeling relaxed, allowing yourself to get in touch with that natural sense of peace that we all have within us. It's available for everyone. It just sometimes takes a little bit of effort to set up the right time and place in order for you to just let go. Because when you do decide to let go and relax, that's what your body starts to do. Because you've chosen to just allow your body to unwind, and your mind starts to slow down. And it's a nice feeling. It's a nice feeling at the beginning just to know that you have chosen to decide to relax deeply. And because you've made that decision, your body will just follow suit. Because sometimes all the muscles in your body need is just permission from you to relax. Because so often we're busy, we're going from here to there, we're walking around and we're doing stuff, and the body doesn't have any time or space to really relax deeply. So it kind of waits for you to lead the way, waits for your permission. And when you do give your permission, when you give the say-so, when you say, okay, it's time for your body to let go completely and relax totally, your body just follows. It's almost like a breath of relief. Ah, good, I can now relax. That feeling at the end of a day, of a very physical day that you may experience in the past, where you get home and you just sit down on a chair, maybe you kick your shoes off and feels so nice. Knowing that you don't have to get up again for a little while at least. And if you choose, you can just sit there for maybe an hour or two. And it feels blissful. And just by sitting down like that, your body knows that it's time to relax. Your body has been given permission from you, because it's a mindset. In your mind, you're prepared to let go of everything and just completely allow all the stress of your body to evaporate. Any tensions can just gradually vanish. It's almost like magic, really. Because that sense of relaxation in your body is a very natural state. It's not something unusual. It may feel unusual when you first start to relax, if you haven't really spent a lot of time focusing and giving yourself this space to let go completely and relax. It may seem almost alien, but it isn't. It's actually the most natural thing in the world to let go completely, to relax totally. The most natural thing in the world to allow yourself to feel really calm in your mind. And it is almost like a literal unwinding. It's like you press a button and all the tension just releases. And it's like a wheel, like a cog, like the inside of a clock just unwinding. And it's almost like you could see the little wind up knob that's used just going the opposite way that you would use to wind it up. And the energy, that frenetic, stressful energy, gradually winding down, losing its power, losing its strength, as the sense of relaxation becomes stronger and deeper. And you may find that the more relaxed you feel, that your mind starts to wander. Maybe you seem to stop listening to me for a while and your mind goes somewhere else, and then you realize you're listening to me again. And that was just your mind drifting to sleep, which is quite natural, because sometimes when we're stressed and tense, we may not actually be aware of what we need, what we physically or emotionally need in this moment. But when you allow your body and mind to relax completely, and you let go of all thoughts, concerns, worries, ideas, all letting them go, allowing them to drop onto the floor, you start to get in touch with the feelings of such relaxation. It feels so nice to be in touch with the calmness of the different body parts as they become looser and looser. Even your breathing seems easier and more natural, effortless, as that cool air enters through your mouth or nose into your lungs, breathing in comfort and relaxation, and then just breathing out any excess remaining tension or stress from every part of your body and mind. As you start to focus on your mind, maybe you notice that things have come to a standstill, or maybe just much, much slower than before, because your mind is not really needed when listening to my voice, which allows your mind to relax just as deeply as your body. And that synchronicity between the relaxation of your body and relaxation of your mind lets you know that feeling completely calm, loose and relaxed really is a great healing experience for you and has so many positive benefits for your body, your mind, and your life to be able to let go of everything and to relax completely in all parts of your body and mind. Even your bones are relaxed. All your muscles are relaxed. Even the skin that covers your body is relaxed. Every hair that you have is also deeply relaxed. And your brain really starts to feel the benefit of this healing relaxation. And as you focus on the inside of your scalp where your brain is, you can start to realize and notice the benefits of your brain relaxing deeply. And as your brain continues to relax, it sends those messages to the rest of your body and your mind to really relax even more deeply, relaxing even more completely, letting go of any remaining thoughts or concerns. Allow them just to drop onto the floor because they're no longer necessary in this moment, this moment of deep relaxation and calmness, filling your brain with deep, concentrated healing, calming, relaxing every part of your brain, feeling so loose and comfortable, so relaxed and peaceful. Your brain feels so light joy, those ever-increasing sensations of comfort that are spreading throughout your body, relaxing each and every muscle of your body even deeper, even deeper, much more deeper than before, much more comfort spreading through your body and your mind, feeling so peaceful and calm, so very, very peaceful in every part of your body, letting go of everything, everything, so peaceful and calm, so relaxed. With every second that passes, you feel deeper and deeper relaxed, deeper and deeper relaxed, calm, so calm, peaceful, so very peaceful, from your head down to your toes, such peace and comfort growing all the time, such peace and comfort spreading through your body and mind, deeper and deeper, such comfort spreading and sinking deeper into every muscle of your body, so that you feel amazing, so relaxed, so peaceful, so relaxed and peaceful, letting go of everything. We're going to do a body scan, focusing on firstly how you feel in your body, not trying to change how you feel, not trying to relax, not trying to move away from any discomfort or stress or tension, but just accepting, observing and accepting how you feel in the different parts of your body. Just allowing yourself to be exactly as you are, to notice, to get in touch with how you actually feel in this moment. So we're going to start off by focusing on your hands. Just be aware of your hands. I'd like you to move your hands around. Just maybe move your fingers a little bit. Open and closing your hands very gently. Just so that you can get in touch with how your hands and your fingers feel. With very, very slow movements. Focusing now on your feet. And if you can, just do kind of an equivalent with your feet as you've just done with your hands. Maybe turning your ankles, moving your feet around, moving your toes gently, but only very gently and very slowly, noticing how your feet feel in this moment. Focusing now on your eyes. I'd like you to just focus on your eyelids. Maybe you can open and close your eyes a couple of times to really get in touch with how you feel when you do close your eyes. The muscle changes in your eyes when you do close them. Maybe raising your eyebrows, which stretches the tops of your eyes. Perhaps squinting your eyes, scrunching up your eyes, just so you can really get in touch with all aspects of how your eyes feel right now. Now focusing on your thighs, and I'm going to just ask you to gently tense your thighs, just very, very gently, just enough so you can become more attuned to the physical sensation of your upper legs, the front of your thighs and the backs of your thighs. Noticing and observing how your thighs feel right now. Moving your focus to the back of your neck. Just noticing the back of your neck, the muscles. Of course, they lead to the side of your neck. They also lead to the top of your back, which lead to your shoulders. So as you focus on the back of your neck, upwards, as if you were looking up. Maybe moving your head down as if you were looking down. Perhaps moving your head side to side, right to left, but only very slowly and very gently. We're not trying to force anything. It has to be very, very gentle, just so that you can be more in touch with the feelings, with the sensations, the physical sensations of how the back of your neck feels right now. As we now focus on the tops of your arms, the parts where your biceps and your triceps are, between your elbow and your shoulders. As you focus on those parts, the tops of your arms, you may like to just tense them, but very, very gently and slowly, so you're not straining or putting any pressure whatsoever on your arms. It's just so that you can gain more of a sense of how your upper arms are feeling in this moment. And just noticing as you gently, very gently and slowly tighten the muscles and then let go. Notice how the tops of your arms feel right now. As we now focus on your stomach, the area, the lower abdomen area below your belly button, moving all the way down to your hips, just above your groin. Maybe you're able to tense these muscles in that area very, very gently and slowly. If that is a difficult thing to do, then maybe you can just move your body, pushing your stomach up, maybe moving a little bit to the side, using your hips, just so that you can get more in tune with how your lower abdomen area is feeling in this moment. Just noticing the physical sensations of your lower to move your attention to your mouth, noticing your lips and inside your mouth, your teeth, your gums, your tongue. Just noticing how your tongue and your mouth feels, and it may help by moving your tongue around your mouth, moving it to your left, maybe pressing it gently against the side of your mouth, and then to the right, gently to the side of your mouth, perhaps pressing up against the top of your mouth, and then down gently against the bottom of your mouth. Always very slowly and very, very gentle, so that you can be aware of how you feel in your mouth area. Now we're going to focus on your wrists. And I'm going to ask you to maybe just rotate your wrists by moving your hands in a circular motion very gently and slowly, just so that you can feel the sensations that you are currently experiencing in your wrists, perhaps moving your hands up and down, again very, very gently and slowly. Very gentle and slow. As we now start to observe your lower back, that back part is just above your hips, where your coccyx are. That whole area, which also really does include the sides of your body, because those those muscles are very much connected. As those muscles also move into your hip area, connecting to your buttocks, the sides of your hips, and if you're physically able to do so, maybe you can very gently just move your body ever so slightly, very slowly, from side to side, just enough for you to gauge how you feel in your lower back. Perhaps you could even move your hips gently up and down, gently and slowly, in order to really be in touch with the physical sensations of your lower back. As we now move your attention to your jaw, that area from your chin all the way up to near where your ears are, the whole of your jaw. And you can just, if it's okay to do so, gently open your mouth, not wide, no stretching, just very gently and slowly opening your mouth and closing your mouth very gently and slowly. So you can be in touch with how your jaw feels now. Noticing now your chest area. And you don't need to do anything to move your chest, because it moves every time you breathe. And it moves very gently you focus on how your chest feels when you breathe. Moving your focus to your forearms and your elbows. Maybe you're able to very gently and slowly tense the muscles in your forearms. And when you do that, you can feel your elbows as well. Very gently and slowly. Gently and softly observing your forearms and elbows. Now you can focus on the rest of your back, your upper back, and the middle of your back. Again, this part of your body moves also every time you breathe. You may not notice that usually, but as you observe your upper back and the middle of your back, you can really feel that gentle and slow movement. Moving your focus into your hip area, your buttocks, your groin, those those muscles and those bones in your midsection. Just noticing how your hips feel right now. You can very, very gently move your hips, maybe side to side, very gently and slowly. Very, very gently, softly and slowly. Everything starts to slow down, including the thoughts in your mind, and your mind itself just starts to gradually, it doesn't have to be instant, but just gradually starting to, it's almost like time is stretching. It's a slower pace to maybe what you're used to in your day-to-day life. It's a slower movement of energy. Very small movements which make up the larger movements, which is always the case. When you move your hand, it might seem like it's one movement, but it's lots of minute different muscles moving in accordance with each other, and what happens in this space that we're sharing is we move from that big movement into those smaller movements. Starting to focus on how your body feels, but not just as a whole, not just, oh, I'm feeling this way, I'm feeling stressed or tense, or I'm feeling relaxed and calm, I'm feeling this way, I'm feeling that way. Starting to notice that your body begins to present to you small feelings around your body. Small physical sensations in your legs, whether pleasurable or not. Maybe resisting the temptation to label them or to judge them, those feelings, just thinking about them as just being neutral, just feelings. Not being particularly concerned, but just noticing what your body is telling you. The feelings in your arms. Instead of feeling the whole of the arm, maybe notice those individual feelings of all those different muscles and the skin, the hairs of your arms, all the internal parts of your arms, the veins. The bones, just being aware of maybe your elbow on your right arm has a certain feeling, maybe your left wrist also has its own individual physical sensation. What about your forearm on your right arm? Your right forearm. There may not be any particular feeling that you could even give a name to. May not feel like anything other than just a feeling. You know, it's there. The feelings in your shoulders. Perhaps your shoulders, when you think about them, they're kind of almost like they're the same, you know, the same feeling. Almost like both of your shoulders are just one thing. But of course they're not. And when you focus on your left shoulder and then on your right shoulder, maybe you find that you move the muscles a little bit. Maybe tense the muscles gently. Noticing the difference in each shoulder. Your lower back. The left side of your lower back and the right side of your lower back. course, that connection to your buttocks and to your hips. And also moving up into the middle of your back. And sometimes, like right now actually, when I focus on that part, when I focused on my buttocks, and then I focused on the middle of my back, it almost felt like the muscles in my lower back were being stretched very gently, but just stretched a little bit, even though I wasn't doing anything to try to stretch your lower back. It just seemed to happen. The feeling of very gently stretching your lower back. Comes along, that feeling in your chest. Just noticing what sensations you are experiencing in your chest right now. And there's so much of the chest. Obviously there's the collarbone leading to the chest. You've got the chest bone. You've got the muscles in your chest. And of course, if you're female, there's possibly the breasts. If you're male, you've got the different, well, mine aren't that different these days, but there may be more muscles at the top of the chest, but at the side, underneath, it's pretty much the same. Whether you're a man or a woman, there's muscles there, muscles that stretch out to your back, as well as breast tissue which stretches and moves into your back. So just being aware of your chest, being with whatever feeling there is in your chest. And when I notice that I focus on my chest, I feel it in my back, my upper back. I mean, I guess the obvious reason would be because, I breathe in, and it stretches my chest and my back at the same time. Yeah, it feels okay. Doesn't feel. I got a little bit of pain in my right chest. A little bit, not pain, but little discomfort, maybe stiffness possibly, I don't know. I notice my shoulders are also wanting to flex for some reason. I think that's probably part of my upper back. That connection between my shoulders and my upper back. Because I can move my shoulders and stretch the muscles in my back. Moving the shoulders backwards or up, which then moves I think it's the scapulars in your back. It feels quite nice actually. The good thing about this is you can, if you want to, you can just flex or stimulate the various muscles in your body gently in order to get more of a sense of how they feel. And when you're relaxing, when you do tense a muscle and you let it go and you let it relaxes way more than it would normally. But you have to feel that you're able to do that. There's no point doing it if there's an issue with a part of your body. You need to be gentle with yourself at all times when relaxing deeply. It's important to be kind to yourself. As you notice your mind, how much has your mind slowed down since we started this recording? How calm and peaceful is your mind right now? With nothing to think about and just my voice to listen to, because you know the intention behind this recording is relaxation. At the very least, for you to feel more relaxed at the end of the recording than you did at the beginning. At the very least, for your mind to slow down as your body continues to relax. Because that's what you want to happen. That's what you expect to happen. For sensation to feel your body. Maybe calming your mind to the point of boredom when you start maybe to drift away. Drifting. It's almost as if you're moving further away from your body and your mind, just leaving that there. Kind of like in an escape pod in a spaceship, a movie, a space movie, you know, when they get into that little pod and it sends them far away from the spaceship. Safe to dream. And continue to relax. Drifting. So slow. And peaceful. So relaxed. And peaceful. And focusing on the feeling of those individual parts of your body that are relaxing one by one. You may find that every now and then you realize that you weren't listening to my voice because your mind started to imagine something different. Maybe you started to almost move into some kind of a dreamy state. And then you become aware of my voice again. And even though you may want to focus on my voice, you may also wish to allow your mind to just drift naturally into that space of comfort and safety. As you feel more comfort spreading through your body like a warm blanket, covering you gently, keeping your body at just the perfect temperature. And even if you can hear background sounds, they just don't seem to matter anymore. As that sense of peace spreads through your mind, like a gentle breeze, yet strong enough to blow away all negativity, strong enough to remove from your mind any anxiety or stress that was there before. And blow away any other thoughts or feelings that just don't fit with the sense of relaxation that is filling your body and your mind. And as you focus on your mind, I'm going to count down from 10 down to 1. And with each number you hear, your mind will become slightly more relaxed. Just slightly. So from 10 down to 9, just a slight movement. From 9 down to 8, just another small to 7. That feeling is a gap, almost like a gap that starts to get wider. The gap between those feelings that you used to have in your mind compared to the feelings you have that are growing now. Feelings of comfort and security and confidence. And that gap becomes wider. 8 down to 7, 7 down to 6. And when you get to 5, your mind will start to have a certain physical sensation, almost like there's a magnet outside of your head, sucking the tension and the stress and any remaining feelings that you don't want, sucking them out through your skull. And then down to 4, you can start to really experience that sense of not just emptiness but space. A place full of fresh air. A place where you can stretch. It's almost as if as you go down to 4 and 3, your mind is expanding with this sense of peace and tranquility growing. As it moves down to 2, when you get to 1, your mind just feels exactly how you want to feel. It's almost a perfect feeling. Maybe a sensation that you'd like to keep. A place that's safe where nothing can affect you at all. And you can stay in that space of comfort and confidence. Confident in your own ability to create this space and this feeling of comfort within your own mind, just by counting from 10 down to 1. And this is something that you can do yourself when you're on your own. A time when you can maybe sit down, maybe just for a few minutes. Close your eyes and just count slowly from 10 down to 1. And re-experience these feelings in your mind. And when you feel that way in your mind, your body copies your mind. system into every part of your body. It travels through your bloodstream, healing and relaxing every particle of your existence. And we can practice this a few times before the end of the recording, and then you can practice on your own. And each time you count from 10 down to 1, the feelings of comfort, calmness, and deep relaxation become stronger and deeper. Filling your mind and your brain with these positive chemicals that spread throughout your body, relaxing you so quickly, relaxing your whole body and mind so very, very easily, just by counting from 10 down to 1. So we're going to do it now. I'm going to count from 10 down to 1, and I'd like you to repeat the number after me. So when I say 10, you can just repeat to yourself 10. Just notice, be aware of how you feel in your mind and your body. Then when I say 9, you can repeat to yourself 9. Again, noticing the increase in comfort and calmness in your mind and in your body. The same when I say 8, when I say 7, 6, when I say 5, 4, when I say 3, 2, and lastly when I say 1, you can repeat that number. Now, of course, when you do this on your own, without listening to me, you can say the numbers at whatever speed that you feel is necessary for you, so you can adapt. So if you feel you want to say the numbers 10 down to 1 faster than I do, then go ahead and do that. Or if you feel when you do it yourself that you'd like to have more space between the numbers, maybe take a lot longer to get from 10 It's your choice also to do. So I'm going to count from 10 down to 1. And when I get to 1, that will be the end of this recording. Unless, of course, you're listening with music, then the music will continue. 10. 9. 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now open your eyes, noticing how you physically feel, having counted down from 20 to 1, allowing stress and tension to leave through your fingertips and your toes. And as you focus on your fingertips, maybe they feel a little bit tingly, which is, I suppose, quite understanding considering the tension has been exiting your body through your fingertips. So now we're going to count from 20 down to 1 again. This time you're going to feel relief of tension and stress, any anxiety that you may have, leaving through your stomach. Just leaving through your stomach, almost as if it's just releasing the whole of your stomach, from your navel to just above your chest, or below your chest rather. So surrounding your belly button area, that whole area, you can feel the tension of your body, whatever's left, just releasing from that area. And you may notice that your stomach will become very relaxed as I count down from 20 down to 1. Now, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, eyes again if you choose, or you can just keep them closed because it feels relaxing. Just notice how your stomach feels. And notice as you focus, just do a little scan of your body. Just notice how your body feels. Focus in on your upper body, your back, chest, stomach, legs, arms, hands, feet. Just noticing. And you may start to feel more of a sense of tiredness, which may be the reason you're listening to this recording, because you would like to let go completely of everything and drift off into a nice, natural, calm, relaxing sleep. So now we're going to focus on your forehead. And if you choose, you can incorporate your eyes in this focus as well. So your forehead and your eyes. Just that whole area, basically. Almost as if you were wearing a mask, like a Batman mask or something. Or I'm trying to Zorro or something. The kind of mask that covers your eyes but also covers quite a lot of the forehead. And focusing on that area, because that's the area that we're now going to release tension and stress from your mind, from your brain and from your mind, and any tension that you may have remaining in your face, in your neck, in your jaw, in your eyes, your forehead, or your scalp. So basically any tension within your head area, including your mind and your brain. And that's going to be released through your forehead and your eyes. As I count down again from 20 down to 1. Now, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, relaxation, not just in your head and neck and mind, also the rest of your body. Just notice how loose and calm you feel, and how easily it is to just let go completely. Let go completely. How easily. So what we're going to do now is I want you to focus on the top of your head. And we're going to allow every last piece of tension or stress that might be lingering or hiding in your body or mind or head to just be sucked out at the top of your head and released into the air, almost sucked out into the clouds. Imagine a big cloud above your head, almost like a whirlpool, and it's just going to suck that tension out of the top of your head and just take it away for good. As you focus, imagine an opening in the top of your head where that tension and stress and any remaining issues, maybe worries or concerns that are of no use to you now, can all be sucked out of the top of your head and taken away. As I count down again from 20 down to 1. Now 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Breathe, noticing how you feel, how relaxed and calm you physically feels so nice to just let go, to give yourself some space to breathe easily, to think calmly, and just to take a break from all that pointless worry and concerns about things that you don't need to think about right now, because this is your time to let go. This is your space to enjoy feeling deeply relaxed, peaceful in your mind, relaxed in your body. It can feel so good, so nice to just not have to do anything, to be able to really enjoy that serenity that comes with letting go completely, that peacefulness that comes with being in this peaceful space. And you can keep this sense of calmness for as long as you choose. If you choose to drift off into a deep, healing, natural sleep, then you can do that. It's completely up to you. And you can keep this feeling of calmness physically and in your mind for as long as you choose to feel completely relaxed. Completely relaxed. And I'd like you to make up your mind that you're going to relax. And I want to explore that with you, what it feels like when you actually decide that you're going to relax. Not forcing yourself, but giving yourself that. I guess it is a command, really, isn't it? When you're telling yourself, relax. In a gentle but firm way that only you can really tell yourself in that way. You can't really have someone else saying to you, now relax. Relax, you know. It needs to be gentle, but someone else can't really have the same kind of influence or power that you have over your own physicality, over how you feel. Because when you say it to yourself, it means more. It's personal, and your brain and your unconscious mind and your body listens to what you say. So, for example, we'll test it out. We'll do a few little tests along the way, and you can get more of an idea of the force, the positive force that you can have in creating a sense of comfort and relaxation in your body and your mind quite quickly, just by you telling yourself to I'm going to start by, let's focus on your hands. So focus on your hands and just tell your hands to relax. So just say relax as you focus on your hands. You could say, my hands are relaxed, or I want my hands to relax. But I think if you actually do it directly, by focusing and imagining that your hands can hear what you're saying, like they've got little ears, which is a bit weird. So talking to your hands and just say, relax. Noticing how your hands start to relax. Now focus on your eyes and tell your eyes to relax. So you're just saying the same word, relax. And find the right tone for you. I might say relax, but you might say relax or relax. You might say it differently to yourself, and that's important for you to gauge what feels right for you. So just tell your eyes to relax whilst focusing on your eyes, your eyelids, the muscles around your eyes, your eyebrows, and just tell your eyes directly, relax now. Now I just did that myself, and sometimes you may feel that you need a bit more time for the different parts to relax, because I start talking again and maybe that part hasn't relaxed fully. But what will happen is it will just continue to relax even though I'm talking. And that's happening with my eyes. Something else I noticed is when I started focusing on my eyes, they actually almost they got worse before they got better in a way. Sort of I felt a degree of tension growing in my eyes and then disappearing. So I think what that was really was just me becoming more aware of the tension that was already there, that I wasn't focusing on it before. So I wasn't really acknowledging it or really conscious to those feelings. Yeah, my eyes are still continuing to relax, as well as my hands actually. My hands have got a certain kind of energy, like not buzzing, but I can kind of feel a degree of energy in my hands. Maybe that's where the tension's been released. Maybe that's causing that. The next part, I think we should focus on the back of the neck. That's a part which quite often, for me, holds tension. I don't know about for yourself, but I think it's quite a standard place where tension is sometimes held. So, and doing exactly what you're doing as you do it as well. So I'm telling my body parts to relax as well. So if you tell your neck, the back of your neck, focus on the back of your neck and just say, relax, in your own words, in your own tone, in your own voice. You can say out loud or you can just say it to yourself internally. But you're focusing and you're saying it literally to the back of your neck, as if the back of your neck can actually hear what you're saying. So do that now. Just say relax to the back of your neck. And I'll do the same. Now what I noticed, and you may have had a similar thing, is even though I was focusing on the back of my neck, other parts started to, I don't know, show themselves to me, or maybe because they want to be relaxed as well, but I started noticing the feelings in my shoulders, the tension in my shoulders and in my upper back. Whether that was because my back of my neck was saying, well, I'm pretty much okay. It's the other parts that need attention. But my back of my neck is still relaxing. But I just became more aware of other parts that needed attention. Now this might happen, and it's not, it doesn't mean that it's going wrong. It just means you're being notified of more places